The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's double Johnny Magnet.
Roses are red, violets are blue, and we've got some Super Series action just for you. We've got 6 players that have blossomed throughout the course of the week. Derek Coulson's looking to end the Group A streak. We've got 6 great players in action tonight, and what an evening we've got here at Finals Night.
It'd be about time for me to lift that trophy eventually.
He's taken out 2 and 80 and 120.
You ain't showing me much.
I think it's going to be a hard, tough, grueling battle. There's some good players here.
Bull. Oh, Derek Coulson, you are magic.
Pure relief getting through that today.
Big checkouts as well. Took quite a few out this week.
Treble 19 for double 18. Owens for a big steal.
Game shot on the second leg. Jamie Owens.
A thief in the night, Jamie Owens.
Every time I've been here, scoring's been good.
Looks like a good shout to be one of them. Double 12.
Game shot on the second
Sumptuous stuff
leg.
from Robbie Martin. Treble 19 is found. And so is the double 16.
Didn't happen.
Aha, went straight for the bull for the win. And now he looks at double 16 to secure the point. Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. There goes the 96. And a big hit. And you'd expect nothing less from that man. No need for Cupid's arrows, it's all about the flying arrows here in the live lounge on this Saturday night, whose Super Series love affair is going to continue. And we're in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner on this Saturday evening to look ahead to all of the action here on Pluto TV. Great to see you both, Laura. Great to see you again. And in terms of this week, Derek Coulson's looking to break a curse that he began half a year ago.
He did begin it as well, didn't he? Yeah, absolutely. We haven't had a winner that's picked up, he's qualified through Group A, hasn't gone on to actually lift the title. Derek did that, what was it, maybe 6 months ago. That was the last time we saw it happen. But Derek's in good form, so he started that curse. Maybe he can break it.
Me and Scott Mitchell have had a bit of a bromance of our own in the commentary box over the course of the last couple of days. What's been your assessment of the week overall?
Is that what you call it? I think the week has been really good. It's been a really tough week for some. And I think we probably managed to get the 6 right ones here tonight for finals night. I think really looking forward to it.
No milk tray men this evening, but we've got 6 silky smooth Arrowsmiths for you. And here's who's in action tonight. Derek Coulson and Saturday nights are a match made in heaven. Coulson will make it 5 back-to-back weekly wins with victory tonight. Week 4 has been a romance for Robbie, whose darts has been simply sensational. He's through to weekly final number 3. Jamie Owens has found his perfect match this week with big finishes and big moments. He looks to make it 2 victories in 2 qualifying weeks. Colin Osborne has a long-standing love affair with finals night as he returns for the 10th time. Still as strong as ever, he seeks title number 3. It was heartbreak last time around for the Prince of Darkness, who ended as a weekly runner-up in Series 11. Will he go one better tonight? And Tom Lonsdale hopes that love is in the air in the live lounge tonight, looking for his first weekly title. He rounds off the final lineup on Valentine's Day. And for Derek Coulson, his love of the live lounge continued in Group A. He was the first player to qualify through to finals night on Wednesday afternoon. And interestingly, Laura, when you think of it this time around, we know how good he is here, but was there perhaps a different weight of expectation when you consider he got close to getting his tour card at Q School? We've seen him do well on the Challenge Tour. This time around, we've seen him in other arenas do well, aside from the Super Series.
I just don't think Derek is that kind of player. I think for Derek, he just seems to always take everything in his stride. I mean, we've seen him grow and grow here at the Super Series, and it's great to see him doing well, like you say, in other areas of the sport. So for me, he just utilises all that experience and just manages to play well, and he's just so consistent, so reliable every time. And we're lucky to have him here, and maybe he makes it 5 out of 5.
See, I'm not a fan really of Valentine's Day. I'm more a Halloween kind of person, Scott. So I want to talk about some curses and the curse of Group A, because Derek Coulson's the last player to have won a Group A and then go on to win a week. That was back in the summer of last year. What credentials does Derek have that could see him do what others cannot?
I think he has all the credentials. I think he has the experience. I think he has the know-how, and I think he loves this place and playing here. So this is his favourite place to play, and I think if anybody can get round the curse, it's probably him. But there's a few others that will be doing their best to stop that happening.
Is it as simple as the 2 days off, as in players having that little bit of downtime and maybe not finding the best way of reacclimatising on a Saturday?
We've always asked that question, haven't we? What do the players do when they've had a couple of days off? And you can just see there from the graphic, it happened beforehand. It has happened previously, but it's just one of those unusual things that we haven't seen it now for 25 weeks. So Derek will know how to negotiate having those couple of days off, but he has to come in hitting the ground running, because he will be the first game up there tonight, and perhaps that's the reason why it happens.
In terms of the other groups this week, Group B was what we watched on Thursday and Friday night, Scott. Your old pal from Dorset, Robbie Martin, winning it. At different points in the week, there was different facets of his game that flourished. Sometimes the scoring, in particular on Thursday, his finishing. Is tonight about knitting those two components together?
Yeah, definitely, I think so. But then everywhere else, he knits them both together time after time after time. It's just, and he did it here. But I think also you've got to time your run right. There's no point in playing your best stuff during the week when you need it on the Saturday night. And I think he's all geared up to do that.
So Robbie Martin won the group. JB Owens finished in second. We saw him win in the previous series, Laura. Is he the type of player now where the expectations shift from potential to winner? Yeah,
and it would be an expectation that not only we have, because we've seen him win a week here, but also what he'll have on himself. He's played really well. He's hit 33 180s. He's averaged around 90 for the week, and he's been here for 5 days. He's played 5 consecutive days. So how much energy he's got left? Obviously, that's always something that we ask, because players, don't always kind of balance it correctly, but he's done it before. When he won that week, he did the full week. So, yeah, perhaps, Jamie Owens is definitely going to be a threat for tonight.
We know Colin Osborne could be a bit of a grinder. He can get results in places where perhaps you don't expect him to. He showed all those qualities again this week, although he did have to rely on 1 or 2 favours.
Yeah, he does. But the qualities that Colin has, he plays the player. So if a player plays with a 71 average, he'll beat him with a 73. If the player plays with a 95, he'll beat him with a 97. He seems to play the player in front of him. It's a lovely trait to be able to go up and down, but it's a risky trait.
So he's through. In terms of Group C, we saw the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, win from Tom Lonsdale in second place. And another player, Laura, that perhaps we look at trending in the right direction. He lost a weekly final the last time he was here. Ashley Coleman, for him, the natural next step is to go and win one.
It most certainly is. And he will be the main person thinking that himself. Everyone that comes through, obviously, they want to win. They want to lift the title. But when you come so close, when you've been a runner-up, you know that it's within your power to get there. It's a tough week this week, because it feels it just feels, I think everyone will think they've got a chance to pick up the title. But for Ashley, absolutely, it's got to be the next step.
In terms of Tom Lonsdale, he got a late call up to play in this competition, and he looked razor sharp, didn't he?
He did look sharp. He went on day one of Group C. He reeled off 13 legs on the trot without anybody replying to him. So we know that he's got the levels. He's also got Justin Hood here to watch him tonight. So he knows he's going to get a Chinese on the way home as well.
Only if Tom Lonsdale's paying, I suppose. In terms of the breakdown then, let's have a look at the tournament bracket. Going into tonight's final, Derek Coulson won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Group B saw Robbie Martin, Jamie Owens and Colin Osborne make it through, whereas Ashley Coleman and Tom Lonsdale progressed their ways through Group C. So this is how tonight's tournament bracket looks. Group 1, Derek Coulson, Jamie Owens and Tom Lonsdale. Group 2, Robbie Martin, Ashley Coleman and Colin Osborne. In terms of the two groups, Laura, is it fair to say that Group 1 maybe has a bit more strength in depth?
I think it's very fair, absolutely. I think, Derek, we know what he can do here on the stage. Jamie Owens, we've already mentioned, he's picked up a title, and Tom Lonsdale just seems to have come here in really fine form. So, yeah, that's a real tough one for all three of them.
So if Group 1's loaded, is Group 2 all about opportunities?
Yeah, very much so. But I mean, for me, I'm obviously going to go with Robbie because he's my Dorset teammate. Well, when I can get in the team, and I believe in him wholeheartedly. And I think that days like today are where he's going to take the next step, and it's a big opportunity for him, and he knows it.
Well, let's have a look at the odds. This is what the bookies think about tonight's action, and no surprises whatsoever. Derek Coulson goes off the favourites.
Not a surprise at all, absolutely, between himself and Robbie Martin. Not a great deal between them, but I can totally understand it, especially when you look at what they've done away from the Oki. But for me, there's a bit of value there in Tom Lonsdale, right out at 7-1.
I'm assuming you're not going to go past your sparring partner, Robbie Martin, are you, as a bit of outside value?
I think probably Jamie Owens is the outside value. I think he'll be quite happy that the other two are probably taking a bit more of the limelight from winning in Group A and Group B, and I think he'll be sat happy there at third favourite. Maybe being able to sit back and not be the favourite will help him.
So this is how tonight's going to work. As you can see, 6 matches in the group stages. We'll then see 2 semi-finals, and that will be followed by the final later on this evening at around about 11 o'clock. How important is getting off to a quick start in this format, Laura? Because it's not knockout, but it feels like a knockout.
It was something that Scott was discussing before, that, especially when you're Derek Coulson and you've had those couple of days off, Scott pointed out that actually that can be really quite difficult to get straight up there, play that first game where you're playing someone in Tom Lonsdale who was only playing yesterday. So that quick start, I feel, is more important for someone who's coming through via Group A than anyone else. But they're all going to feel the same. They're all going to want to make a really big, strong impression in the first matches.
Is it DC's to lose?
I don't think so. I think there's 2 or 3 in the running tonight. I think if somebody does get, whoever wins it will be probably the one who beats Derek, definitely. But it's strong to say that it is to lose. I don't know. I think there's a lot of quality there tonight.
And I suppose that kind of says how strong Derek Coulson is when he's that heavy a favourite when you look at the field that's actually there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And as you say, Robbie Martin, when you think he won Group A, but Robbie Martin was on the same amount of points, it was just leg difference separating them, then absolutely it just shows that there is strength, there is depth in this field tonight. But it's, I have to agree with Scott, it's not cut and dry.
It is 18+. It is gambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Right, let's get into the action then. Match number 1 is a meeting between Derek Coulson and Tom Lonsdale. Derek looking to end the curse of Group A. Let's hear from both players now. I spoke to him earlier on this evening. Tom, last minute call up for yourself, but fair to say you made the absolute most of it.
Yeah, 100%. It was a bit of a free hit for me. I wasn't really expecting it. I was thinking I was going to have to qualify this year through the ADC. So I was well prepared for that, and then I had a phone call and came this week. I knew it was Group C. Group C is always tough because only 2 out of 6 make it to the Saturday night, and I managed to do it. That is what everyone aims for, and now we're here. We'll give it a go.
In terms of the darts that you threw in Group C, how would you assess it overall?
Yeah, I was pretty good. I was reasonably happy with most of it. I took out some good shots, had some good finishes. Scoring was okay. I think tonight I'm going to have to be a little bit better because there's some good players in there today, some good guys, good players. I think whoever wins it tonight is going to thoroughly deserve it.
In terms of tonight, you mentioned the quality that's in there, but some of the performances that you have put in, not just this week, but in the past, it must give you confidence that you can go and get the job done.
Yeah, 100%. I know if I turn up and it all clicks, then I can win this. But the other guys are the same. They've all had good performances and played well. So it's just who turns up on the night. Fingers crossed it's me, and hope to get the job done.
What would it mean to win your first one? Obviously, you got through to the semi-finals on debut, but not been there since.
I mean, yeah, it's been a little while since then, so it would mean the world to me to especially have a last-minute call-up, come and win this. It's a bit of a free hit, so I'll be like really kickstart the career and get back moving in the right direction.
Go out, wish the best, Tom. Good luck out there.
Thanks, Henry. Cheers.
Derek, great to see you again here on finals night. Another Group A success. What would be your assessment of the way you played in that group?
First 2 days, really well. Really happy with the way I played. Wednesday was a struggle. I was a little bit lethargic, struggled a little bit, but squeaked through. So I'm happy to get the group done and have a couple of days off.
We know you stayed in and around Portsmouth for the couple of days. Was it just kind of resting, reacclimatising? Because as we know with this curse of Group A, you seem to be the one that best knows how to deal with winning on Wednesday and then winning on Saturday.
I think it's because I'm so lazy that I love the 2 days off. But I did have a bit of practice. I was working the 2 days, but I had a couple of hours practice ready for tonight. So I just like having those 2 days off. It suits the way I play the game.
Did this time feel a little bit different? Because we've seen, obviously, Q score. I know you're mighty unlucky. We've seen you had a good start to the Challenge Tour season. We've seen you in other arenas away from the Super Series. When you came back in, do you feel like there was maybe a different set of expectation on your shoulders?
I guess so. You know, I've got a good record here, so you know the expectation is there. But I don't think of it that way. I think of it as another challenge. There's a good group of lads in there. It's going to be a tough night. So I'm just going to come here and enjoy it like I normally do.
Your record is pretty much unmatched, unrivaled with anybody else. If you win tonight, it's a 5th weekly title, 5 in a row, 6 Champions Weeks in a row as well for yourself. That's uncharted territory. You probably hate the fact that we ask these questions, but it's another moment of history potentially for yourself tonight.
It is, yeah. I mean, when I'm up there, I don't think about it. Obviously, beforehand, I have thought about it, you know, and it would be nice to keep building on that record and maybe win one of those Champions Weeks. But what I'm playing, I don't think about it. But it's nice to have that tag.
Well, we wish you all the best. Go well. DC, good luck.
Thank you.
Right on cue. The game is his. He hasn't missed many doubles. And he doesn't miss the ball either. That's a wonderful 12 darter.
Derek Coulson!
And he hits it.
Derek Coulson!
Yeah, his record is unmatched here at the Live Lounge Report. So if he wins here, it'll be a 6th consecutive Champions Week and a 5th weekly title, tying some of the greats here at the Live Lounge. In commentary then, for all of the night's action, it's Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. Really looking forward to tonight. I think we have the 6 protagonists that should be here, and no bigger than Derek Coulson, a 57-year-old from Market Drayton, a 4 times weekly winner here. And he takes on a younger version of himself, I feel, in Tom Lonsdale. He's 29 from Bridgewater, who kind of came in through the back door as a replacement. So it's a bit of a free hit for him. But he's taken his chance, Laura. And that's what you have to do in this game. We both know about it, being players ourselves. When you're offered an opportunity, you've got to take it, and to get to the finals night tonight, he's definitely taking it.
Ladies and gentlemen, first flag, Derek to throw first.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
On.
I do think sometimes as well, because some of these players, they would have had their dates for quite some time. They'll be knowing that they're coming to the Super Series and they want to prep and plan. And sometimes the best laid plans, they don't always go the way that you think.
96.
The fact that Tom hasn't had a great deal of time to think about it, he's just turned up. Maybe he's just had that little bit of extra freedom to think, right, well, I haven't done what I would normally 59. Do when I come here. Let's see what happens. And you can play, when you play with freedom, you can get better results.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he found out kind of about 1 week before the Thursday, before he played on the Thursday. And I think that that's the best way to have it. You don't have too much time to think. You don't have, it's like, I'm back in the room. He's been here once before, so it wasn't totally new to him. He kind of knows what he's got to do, and I think he was a welcome addition to the 12 guys that started the week.
But he does face someone in Derek Coulson who knows how to negotiate having those couple of days off. It's interesting to actually hear that he just relishes it. 60. He likes having them off.
167.
No, absolutely. He said he does prefer to have the days off. He doesn't go back home because he said he feels it keeps his mind on the game, staying down here and doing things down here. And the fact that he's done it a few times before.
85.
But I saw a little frailty towards the end of Group A. He had to take on Robbie Martin. He had to take on Jamie Owens. They were big games. He needed them. And yeah, he came through the one with Robbie Martin. Robbie Martin missed 2 darts at tops to beat him. And otherwise, I think Robbie Martin would have been going through Group A. So for the first time here, we saw a little
42.
frailty within DC, whereas
147.
every other time he's been here, he's just dominated.
We kind of addressed it in the fact that he was just feeling a little bit more tired, a bit drained towards the tail end of the week.
40.
And I think that probably lends the fact that he does like having a couple of days off.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you look at Robbie Martin played the Windmill Championship Tour last weekend as well. So he's played Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now
30.
Saturday again.
Tommy O'Carr, 50.
You tell me you haven't got to be an athlete to play this game.
Game shown
There was an early slip there for Derek Coulson, which offered up an opportunity there for Tom Lonsdale. Taken with both hands as an early breaker throw.
And I have to say, Lonsdale has
99.
kind of come to the fore. Had a really good run at the Challenge Tour the other week. So he's kind of in form a little. Had a good little run as well at one of the Windmill Championship Tours. So he's coming in with a bit of confidence and probably believing in himself a little bit more now than he ever has before. Because he started playing big players a lot more often, and that's how you get to learn how to play them. There is no fast track to experience, is there? You can be as good as you like, but you've got to be able to get that out against the guys that are equally as good as you in the big pressure situations. And you only learn to do that by being in those situations time and time again.
Yeah, it's a combination, isn't it? Experience, but it's belief as well. And
140.
Tom Lonsdale definitely making the better start of the two.
Yeah, we mentioned in the studio that Justin Hood is here supporting him. He's a real good friend of
140.
Tom Lonsdale.
Tommy O'Carr, 141.
Hood had a fantastic run in the World Championships to the quarterfinals, and that's got to give Tom a lift, having somebody like Justin here in the crowd who's taken the time to come down.
124.
That's a huge boost, isn't it? Having familiar faces in the crowd. This here, a chance for Derek Coulson to level things up, to break straight back. Double 14 for a 1-2-1.
93. Thank you. Tommy O'Carr, 17. Derek O'Carr, 28.
That was so unlucky when that last dart left his hand. You know he thought it was going in. DC then back for double 14. 2 sevens. It's a bit dodgy and can be. You slide that one over the top.
14.
It hasn't happened to DC 16. So far. 0 from 7 on his doubles. This is virtually unheard of.
But this is the early settling
12.
down, and Tom Lonsdale
O'Carr,
punished the misses in that first leg where Derek Coulson missed 3 at a double, but can't do it in leg number 2. Wants to go straight for it, pays off in the end. It is a level game at 1 apiece.
Old saying, give me enough darts at it and I'll get it. And I think that was the case there for Coulson. Lonsdale really let him off the hook. If he'd have been 2-0 there, he would have been in the box seat. And we'd have been mentioning the Group A curse again.
140. $95.
Yeah, arguably the scoring phases haven't been much of an issue so far for either player. It's just the finishing. And you know yourself, it's that first 100. Leg. That first leg, once you get that under your belt, you think, well, it's a real settler.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
58.
It makes you feel really good about yourself. And we talk about the Group A thing. I've won a Group A and had to play first game on with the darts. And it's very difficult to be the opening game here.
55.
Particularly on a night when the crowd come in. You don't know how they're going to react. You don't know who they're supporting. And it's very close. The crowd are very close here. 180 of the match goes Tom Lonsdale's way.
Yeah, nothing he could really do from that position in terms of leaving a finish. But back comes Derek Coulson. 2 in. Switches over. What perfect setup play from Coulson.
perfect response to a 180 as well. Take the wind out of Lonsdale sails.
WK 32. Game shot on the third leg.
Oh, no mistake in leg number 3 for Derek Coulson.
Full leg Tom to through first. Game on. $58. $93.
He has a good cover with the last dart. Derek Coulson just picking off a treble 18.
140.
This is the thing as well, isn't it? With these, they're still round robins. Even if you lose the first game, don't panic straight away. But if you're going to lose, you want to be losing by a narrow leg difference. You don't want to be losing 4-0, 4-1.
That's the other consideration. It's when it starts to go wrong with it only being best of 7. If you're berating yourself still for 2 throws in any of the legs, it gives your opponent who is having a bit of momentum a chance to get on top of you and cause you even more headaches. It's difficult. I've seen Derek Coulson use the tri-flight here. We talked to him about it at the start of the week, and he said he put them in and they flow the same as his other ones, and because there's only 3 flights on them and not 4, he just said there's a chance of less deflections, and that's what he's finding, and so he swapped to them and continued to use them.
He is one of those players, isn't he, that does like to play around with the equipment that he uses. I know when he won a couple of series ago, he took that down to, again, just micro changes that he's making. Beautiful 1-1-4 finish for Tom Lonsdale.
Fifth leg Jerry to throw first. Game on.
And after all those early misses on doubles from both players in legs 1 and 2, that seems to have been corrected.
Yeah, Lonsdale on Thursday night had a 149 and a 116, and last night he had a 100 and a 109 in the shot out. So he knows those ton plus shot outs are there in the repertoire, and he has them in his armoury. And look at the averages there. He's a couple of points ahead, and that's where you can see Coulson's problem lies.
100.
Coulson was up around 36 and 37% for his Group A campaign. So to drop just down to 20% on one leg is very unusual for him indeed.
Yeah, I guess the thing is, if you do it, he did it in the opening leg, missed 3 darts at a double, and then there was that second leg where he just got across the line despite the misses. But if you can then correct it for the rest of the match, then you will get away with it sometimes.
Even though he's on 20%, he's still 2 legs to the good, the same as his opponent.
177.
Super stuff here from Tom Lonsdale. He's left himself a double on 3-2. How much pressure that's going to be under, only time will tell.
99. Tom McCarr 132.
A fair amount, we'll say. We'll say a fair amount. Treble 19.
52.
Yeah, being wayward with the second one affected the third one as well, didn't it?
Yeah, it really was a wayward second dart, and again offers up an opportunity here for Derek Coulson. It would just be a hold, and Tom Lonsdale is waiting in the wings.
This delay here is telling me he doesn't want another treble 20 and go for double 6. He wants to go somewhere else. He's done that.
52. Tom McCarr 80.
Left himself double top. 2 at 10s for Lonsdale. He only needs 1.
Tom Lonsdale.
And that's giving him a lift. That's a break of throw.
6 leg Tom
Lonsdale knows now that if he can hold throw, he will take the match. But sometimes when you give it that little bit, it can put you off on your first throw, but it hasn't. The momentum has gone with him. And that's a superstar. And now Derek Coulson under severe amounts of pressure.
Yeah, it was a great check out, and as you say, now he's got this chance to serve out the match. The other player in the group, Jamie Owens, waiting in the wings.
177.
Those two visits have really blown this group right out of the water already.
And Derek's one of those players, he won't be panicking. He's just come up against someone who's playing very, very well in Tom Lonsdale, averaging just shy of 100.
136.
Again, another super visit. After 9 darts, he's left 48 and he's on throw. And basically, Coulson would have had to hit a 9-darter to trouble this.
140. Tom
I feel it has to go first dart, but it'll be 16 for double, 16 for Lonsdale.
32. That's
a miss. 2 match darts come and gone for Tom Lonsdale.
127 with Paul Hinks on the mic. He couldn't, could he?
Thank you.
Bullseye for Coulson.
Game shot.
Yes, he can. 127 and game to Derek Coulson. What a pressure shot. What a man.
Unbelievable leg, as you can see there. Best one of the match so far, 1 in 12, but it was to level up at 3 apiece. And yeah, full credit to Derek Coulson because Tom Lonsdale, he looked like he was home 93. And dry.
How has that affected him? Coulson 144 and 141 in the same game on Monday. 101.64 on the ball on Tuesday and a 131 he ended his group session with on Wednesday. That 127 was the best of the lot because of the situation that he was in.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And now just looking to build on it because now the advantage you feel is very much in Derek Coulson's favour. He is throwing first, but we know Lonsdale can find some big scores at the right time.
Oh, timing. Special players do special things in special moments. And that 180 was special. Here comes Coulson. He's coming back at him again.
126.
Still a sensational visit from Coulson.
But Tom Lonsdale will be coming back 99. On a finish. He knows he'll be coming back with Coulson. Back on 182.
Had to move because that dart, as Henry Deacon would say, was really wobbly. So he had to move down 16. To the 19s. He couldn't risk losing that dart from the board.
Oh, no heroic big finish to add to the 114 we've seen from Lonsdale to win the match. But it's a good cover shot again. And Coulson pull it out the bag once again.
Well, he's asked him the question, hasn't he? That's all Lonsdale can do. 12 darts to leave 40 against the throw is superb. He's asking the question. Single 18, it's the bullseye again. Does Coulson do it? 2 in a row. Yes, he does. Sensational dart from Derek Coulson. Doubt him at your peril. 127 to go, 3-3. 1-2-2 to win that 4-3. Tom Lonsdale, take a bow, my son. You did nothing wrong. Derek Coulson did so much right. It's a 97 average from Coulson. He may be concerned 4 from 12 on the doubles, but what an opening match we've had tonight here. We're taking a short break, and when we return, we bring Robbie Martin to the frame with Colin Osborne.
Well, Derek Coulson showed his class in a glass, didn't he? He found himself 3-2 behind against Tom Lonsdale in the opening match of the evening, but pulled out 2 120-plus finishes to turn it around and to win 4-3. This 1-2-7 was good enough to get him back onto level terms before then taking out a 1-2-2 to win it in the decider. So Derek Coulson 4, Tom Lonsdale 3, the result from our first match of the evening. Game 2 sees Robbie Martin and Colin Osborne go head-to-head. Let's hear now from both players. Colin, you've got a reputation for doing things the hard way. Fair to say that that reputation lived on last night?
Yeah, it was a bit of squeaky bum time last night, but no, like I say, I've been here so many times in so many different scenarios. It's just keep playing and see what happens.
Am I right in saying that you left the building yesterday?
I did. After Robbie had beat me, I think Jamie and Jim were on last. But like I say, the outcome was the outcome. I thought, I'm not going to sit around, what will be. And obviously it was in my favour.
So where were you when you found out the news you were in?
I was having a nice healthy meal across the road in the kebab shop. And I thought, I won't have a look. I'll wait till I get back. And I had a sneaky look and I seen Jamie at the double eight for 2-0. So I was like, get in.
Was he going to have a look? Of course he was going to have a look. Into tonight's final then. Of course, you've got happy memories of here in the past, but it's been a little while since you've been in the winners' enclosure here.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, even Saturday night, I think the last 2 or 3 times I've not made Saturday night. So, yeah, it's all a bonus, it's all a plus. And I also understand, I mean, there's 5 other great players in there, but it's all on the night and we'll see what happens.
And just finally, what is darts for you in 2026? What's the kind of the plan attack for yourself?
Oh, as always, I still feel I'm confident in myself. I'm competitive. They're going well, and we'll carry on. Everything I enter, I'll enter to win. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Go well. Wish you the best, Colin. Good luck.
Thank you.
Robbie, great to see you again on Saturday night at the Super Series. Your first full week here at the Live Lounge. How did you find it?
Oh, absolutely loved it. It's been brilliant from start right up till now. It's still now and there. It's great. All the players are amazing.
In terms of the way that you played over the week, what would be your overall assessment?
Pretty consistent, to be fair. There's been a few games where I felt that I didn't play well, but when you see the statistics, I still did. Yeah, more of the same tonight, hopefully, and who knows.
There felt like days where the scoring was very much there. There was other days where the finishing was absolutely on point. Is tonight about knitting both of those things together?
Hope so. It's good to have that where you can. Sometimes if the scoring does dip, you can rely on the finishing. But yeah, obviously don't want to be relying on one more than the other. If both is there, then that's it.
How important was reset for yourself? You know you missed out on Group A, but then got the job done in Group B.
Oh, yeah, kind of transition for it wasn't as bad. I know obviously early mornings to late nights, but yeah, just love it. Just want to play darts.
How many of the Marks mob are here tonight?
Yeah, it's about 15, 20, I think. I know there's a minibus coming.
I mean, you're edging closer towards a weekly title. How much would it mean to win that first trophy here at the Live Lounge?
Oh, God. It would be the biggest thing, the biggest trophy that I've lifted. And just to do it with being here and with the mob, it would mean a lot.
Wish you the best. Go well, Robbie. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what a shot at 128. Check out.
Oh, this would be superb. That is absolutely magnificent from Robbie Martin.
It might prove to be. The answer is not troublesome whatsoever.
Robbie Martin.
Another little ripple of applause. Wants double 16. And he gets it.
Semi-finalists at the recent ADC Global Championship, but Robbie Martin is looking for his first Super Series title. His first assignment is Colin Osborne, Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell are in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. What a first match we had between Coulson and Lonsdale, and I'm expecting more of the same here because Robbie Martin, the man just collecting his darts from the board, he is a player that has been on form so far this week. A weekly average, he's played 23 games, averaged in excess of 91 collectively. But the best finishing stats that we've seen throughout the week as well, 48% on the finishing. He has been rock solid, both in the scoring phases and in the finishing. We saw him just here a few weeks back at the ADC Globals. He made it through to the semi-finals, and it was just really interesting to hear him, Scott, speaking to Henry about the fact that this would be one of the biggest titles that he's won here.
Yeah, very much so. And I've watched his progression. I said to him, got been 15 years ago that I thought he was brilliant, and I met him in a pub with the Green Man in Weymouth, in Wimborne, and he was playing in the team with his dad and his brother, and I just about beat him 3-2 on the night in a league game, just the Dog and Duck League or whatever. It's a Wimborne and District League, and and I said, mate, who are you? And I'd known his brother because his brother had played county,
Ladies and gentlemen,
but I didn't know Robbie at all.
To throw first.
And I said, with the type of throw that you have, when you're ready to give it a go, that throw is going to all fall into place, and you're going to play exceptionally well. Yeah, it's taken him 15 years, but he's last 2 or 3 years he's been exceptional playing for Dorset, and you could just see this happening and coming and
60.
coming.
Yeah, not just playing for Dorset, is it? I mean, what he done recently, he's so close to getting a tour card himself. We mentioned that with the likes of Derek Coulson, but Robbie Martin just missing out on leg difference. But he is facing a real seasoned campaigner in Colin Osborne. Colin Osborne has been victorious here previously, and another player that is still full of confidence, still got so much ability. Henry said he doesn't always make it easy for himself, but he's here and he's through to another finals night.
Yeah, you never write Oz off. The bigger the game, the better he plays. He's one of those that can go up and down
140.
with the standard of the opponent, and that comes with experience. That comes with you being in control of your own game. And you have to be careful
96.
if you're Robbie Martin, because obviously DC was favourite tonight, but Robbie's the favourite in this group. And if you don't like being the favourite, I think we've all had to deal with it at times or two with being number one seeds in back in the day in BDO and WDF tournaments. And it's a really difficult thing to start to get your head round. It's not the easiest thing being seeded in a tournament. And then when you become the number one seed of your part of the group, it's tough. And Robbie's now having to deal with this. He's put himself in a position to have to deal with this. But look at Osborne here on 164 after 9.
Yeah, Osborne's made the brighter start of the two. And I think he'll be aware, you say he's a player that kind of plays the levels that's in front of him. He'll be more than aware of what Robbie's done throughout the week. And he will have an opportunity to come back for an early break, a 104 checkout.
45. Calling your car 104.
And like you say, he knows what Robbie's done all week. He knows what levels he's got to be at with this game. And he's going to go, right then, mate, I'm going to get a score for all I've got here, and let's see where you are when I'm doing this. Let's see about you while I'm doing it. And Oz would have done that so many times throughout his career. This won't be his first rodeo at this type of match, but this is what Martin's been doing all week. What a ton shot. Very similar to DC, which is why they're both held in such high class in this field this evening. Super stuff from Robbie Martin. He's been like the ton checkout king. Monday he had 2 130s in 2 different ways. On Tuesday he hit 4 ton pluses. 132, 127, 130, 127 again. And then Friday he had 110, 140 and 112. It's when you're playing well and you're able to tidy legs up like that, where you haven't quite scored. Blatantly obvious that Osborne outscored him in that one, but if you can get those finishes, those ton plus finishes, it so gets you out of the mire.
Yeah, you look at all the stats for the week for Robbie Martin. Joint highest average of the week, 107.36, joint with Jamie Owens, who we'll be seeing coming up next, playing Tom Lonsdale. And everything points to positivity.
60.
It's a lovely place to be in when you're finding the game so easy. Because then it's all about confidence, and you play better with confidence all
60.
day long.
And winning
you can practice. Yeah, you can practice and practice and practice all you like, but if you're not confident when you go to a situation that you can win this, you can't win it.
Yeah, I was going to say, winning matches and winning them well, that kind of allows that confidence to grow.
105.
But again, a bit like Ashley Coleman, where we were talking with Henry earlier, do feel like this is the next step for Robbie Martin. Is picking up a title here at the Super Series.
58. Colin your car 96.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
The second consecutive leg for Colin Osborne where he's dominated in terms of that early scoring phase, but just the setup play hasn't quite gone to plan, but picks off well
64.
in the end, knowing he'll be back.
Yeah, Martin's issue here, he's gone trebleless for his last 2 visits, so finds himself 150 or so behind.
64. Colin your car 32.
Trebleless again, so it's all about Osborne now holding his throat. Martin had to work really hard in the first leg to hold his shooting a ton.
Game shot in the second leg. Colin
Drops in with
Osborne.
a 17 dart hold a throat.
Third leg, Robbie to throw first.
Martin
Game
wasn't
on.
close on this occasion. So Robbie's got to get out of the traps here to hold his own throat. And that dart that drops low does cause him a problem.
97.
Rightly, he goes for the open target on that occasion.
Yeah, he probably should switch slightly earlier. I've noticed it on a couple of occasions. He try and force the issue through to the treble 20.
Yeah, we're all stubborn for a time or two, aren't we? We just think,
35.
oh, yeah, there's a little gap there. If we throw it through that little gap, we'll look brilliant. And you tried him for a possible dart.
See, and that, if it's not in the treble 20, is the perfect dart. Because his darts stand up ever so slightly.
60.
He didn't work it in that way, but you could see there was just so much space, whereas other players, myself included, I prefer it when it goes low.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think that those darts for Robbie were in perfect position.
140.
Osborne again, absolutely peppering the treble 20. Martin returns with a 180 and all about the timing. Osborne is going to have to do something similar, you feel. Can't afford to go trebleless.
43.
And that's
Robbie
exactly what he's done.
64.
Doesn't need to go for it.
Yeah, now the option's off the table, but Colin Osborne at this point won't be
58.
panicking. This is a leg that Robbie Martin threw first in. You feel Robbie Martin is going to take this leg, but the next one's going to be so important for Colin Osborne.
Well, a double treble visit here would have caused
60.
him a few problems.
Robbie
but it's
Car 106.
not happened. So Martin's got 6 from here on 106. I'll go across to treble 18. And it's now double 16.
74.
And this is what he's been continually doing, chipping away at these ton pluses.
Yeah, no big combination finish on this occasion for Martin, but just down to a nice straightforward finish after 15 darts.
100. Robbie Car 32. Game shot in the third leg. Robbie
Nicely done by
Martin.
Robbie Martin. That's the side of the game that's improved for him.
Fourth leg, Colin to through first. Game
Gaining
on.
experience. Maturing at the hockey, I think, is the word. I think he's maturing as a dart player and understanding situations a lot better than he used to. And the fact that he
85.
gets into these situations more than he used to, you then learn how to deal with them.
Yeah, the experience he's gaining is
98.
invaluable.
I always found it was nice becoming a name
85.
and getting to the top of tournaments and starting to win tournaments. The hardest bit is staying there. The hardest bit is remaining consistent. When you're really hungry and you're coming up through the ranks, it's easy to keep going forward. But once you kind of start getting into the top 16s, and it then becomes harder to stay there because of the expectation you have for yourself and what your mind is telling you where you
48.
should be. And sometimes that's the bit that grabs you as a player.
Yeah, and it's not just expectation, is it? Let's be honest. I mean, especially if you look at the environment now, right now, there's always someone behind you. And
56.
it's just the caliber of players. We talk about players that have started off in the Modus Super Series that people hadn't really heard of before unless it was in their local area. Derek Coulson's probably a perfect example. Prior to playing here, 83. He wasn't a name that everyone was talking about. And now he's someone who's narrowly missed out on a tour card. Back here, he's looking for a 5th consecutive title.
Do you know, it nearly gives this the relevance of a challenge tour, doesn't it? Because it's kind of, when you do well here, you see the guys then go on and do well on the challenge tour, and then they're getting very close, or Tom Sykes
100.
And so on have had experience here and then go on and get the tour card. So it's shown that the Super Series has more than enough relevance. Another one of those, double 14.
120. Colin Car 100.
Oh, narrowly missed, but we've seen this ton check out taken out by Robbie Martin already in the match. Can Colin Osborne return the favour? Well, it's not a complete disaster, but he's going to need a big treble and he can't find it.
44. Robbie Car 28.
Yeah, that isn't everyone's favourite. Double 3 left. And the way his darts stand up, there is enough of the bed that he can
22.
see, but it is awkward.
Car 56.
Yeah, and that really has offered an opportunity. Well, that's a big 16. It's outside. One at tops now, and is he going to suffer for it? No, he doesn't. And that's experience for you. No eye contact from Osborne at all. Robbie Martin standing there and having a smile. Osborne having none of the interaction.
He might not have had any of the interaction, but I could see him at the back of the stage, and when he was walking to the board, he was smiling himself as well, because, yeah, that could have been so costly for Colin Osborne. But that's the experience we're talking about. Don't panic. Okay, it's not ideal,
95.
But you've still got a dart. That's all you need.
Yeah, you have to be thinking, look, I've got myself into this mess. I'm good enough to get myself out of it. Has to be the attitude every time on that.
91.
Because it isn't. If you then start thinking as a player, stood there with your toe to the hockey going, I should be having 2 darts at this, and you've only got 1 in your hand, you could pretty much dictate your own destiny between your ears before you've even let the dart go.
96.
But you've probably already also been the player on the back of those, and you think, right, okay, I'm going back to the hockey here. I'm going to get this leg, because in a race to 4, in a best of 7,
60.
3-1 or 2-2, that's just in mindset. It's such a game changer.
As we say in the village, it's mahoosive. And now look what's happening off the back of it.
140.
What do you say on the farm? Is it moohoosive?
Moohoosive, yes. One thing that I think also Robbie's changed about his game is he doesn't panic.
70.
You never see him panic. A bit like a swan, he might be going at it hell for leather underwater to stay afloat or move along, but on the outside he doesn't panic and he doesn't give lots away.
105.
Good visit from Osborne as well. So this 70 is now under a wee touch of pressure. 2 at double 8 for Robbie.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And Robbie takes it out in 2 once more. And it is just a sign of a player that's at the top of his game. And it's going to take special moments to beat him, you feel.
Yeah, there was a slight slip in that opportunity to go 3 legs to 1 up missing. With double 14 and ended up on double 3, but it's not been a huge, they haven't been huge misses.
$100.
With Martin, the way that he's shooting out, we shouldn't be surprised. He's up around 50%.
100
from his Group B campaign on the doubles on the outer ring, and he was 46 on Group A. So, and at one point in Group B, after one day, he was 68%.
Yeah, unbelievable. As we were saying before, when you consider he's played 23 games, he's played 5 days, and his checkout percentage is around 48%, that's world class.
It is world class. And then you had those 2 days he had
100
ADC Women's Championship Tour. He's been 7 days on the he needs a rest. He needs Sunday off, you feel. But I think I've heard that he's going to a vault tomorrow because he's missed a couple of vaults this week, so he needs to make them up. So I've heard a rumour he may be going to the vault in Shaftesbury at the football club at the weekend tomorrow.
And you just get players that just love playing. He said it in his interview with Henry earlier that he just enjoys playing, he relishes it. And that in itself is conducive to finding your best darts, because we've probably been at points where you start falling out of love with the game, but it becomes very difficult. Things aren't flowing and it's hard to keep going.
We've all gone home and put those darts on the side and go, take those things away from me for a week. I don't want to see them.
Colin O'Carr, 76.
He'll get there in time.
Well, this to level us up at 3-all. A second consecutive game to go the distance. Tops
Game
required, and the finishing has been on point for Colin Osborne.
Semi-final leg, Robbie to
That
throw
his
first.
highest
Game
finish
on.
of the match, but what a time to get it. He's 3 from 4 on the doubles, Colin Osborne. We've been waxing lyrical about Robbie Martins, but Colin Osborne, if he can just get the scoring phase right
57.
here in this deciding leg, he could be causing Robbie Martin all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, Robbie Martin's Group B running average was 89.16 and Osborne was 87.14. Although he finished in third place, that's a sign to me that he was just a smidgen behind. And somebody like Colin will know that. He will know that he's just a dart or two away. And when you think about sort of 5 and 6 visit legs, you're only talking the odd 1 or 2 darts difference for that difference in the average. So he's experienced
42.
enough and been around long enough to know that while he's doing that as a running average, he is not out of anything in this room.
No, and although both the meetings that they've had this week have gone the way of
80.
Robbie Martin, I don't think that will worry Colin Osborne either, because he knows that it's all about how you play on the night.
And he'll see that bounce out from Robbie Martin and know that if he can put in a big score on the back of that, that
100.
makes Robbie think, oh, I wish that dart would stay in, and it enhances the bounce out even more.
Yeah, Osborne managed to find a big treble with the last start. Could be an all-important find, because Robbie Martin's needing a big treble of his own to leave himself on the big fish.
100.
What a dart.
Like you say, when you're in the bubble, things like that happen for you. When you're not, and you don't believe you can hit them, that one goes flying through into the 5 and leaves you no shot.
60. Robbie O'Carr,
So 6 from here, then from Martin.
Yet again, I don't think he would have perhaps gone for it, although he does look good, but the set-up play once again from Robbie Martin, very good indeed. Colin Osborne just looking to put on a bit of
Robbie
pressure.
O'Carr, 36. Game shot of the match.
But it's Robbie Martin, one dart in hand, pins double 18 to get a 4-3 victory over Colin Osborne. Osborne pushed throughout, but it's clinical finishing from both. But Robbie Martin, he just gets the edge in the end. A raise of the eyebrows from Martin, and there you see the tail of the tape. For me, it was all about the finishing. It was quality all around. And after the break, we go back to Group 1, where Tom Lonsdale will take on Jamie Owens.
So 2 games down on this Saturday night here at the Live Lounge Reports, and both have gone the distance. Before the break, Robbie Martin got the better of Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 3. Tom Lonsdale needs to win the 3rd match of the night against Jamie Owens to stand any chance of progressing through. Jamie can send both him and DC into the semi-finals with victory here. And earlier on tonight, I caught up with J-Lo. Jamie, you played the full complement of the 5 days. What would be your overriding story of the week so far?
Obviously the 107 average is the best one I've fit down here. Just being consistent this week, that's what I've enjoyed the most. I dropped down to 75 one game, and I think I missed a few doubles, went to 74, but the rest of my game, I've hit more 90 averages this week than I ever have here. And that's good for me going forward.
It's about finding that next stage of your game now, because we know the A level that you've got. Is it finding maybe that more consistent B game when you're not playing at your best, you can find results still?
Yeah, I mean, hitting 107 and 105 averages is good, but then hitting 75 is not so good. So for me, if I'm in the middle, 86, 85, you're going to win more than you lose down here, unless you get a really tough week and you've been a bit unlucky. But yeah, going forward, I think I'm going to start doing a bit more practice than I normally do. I have like a ritual where I think if I practice more, I get worse. But I've been putting a bit of time in before coming in, and it's paid off. So maybe that's not the case.
I get the sense that you're close, but you're still searching for that winning formula.
Yeah, I'm tweaking all the time. I'm learning. I mean, I'm in the game for 4 years now. I love it. I like being under pressure. I seem to play better. But yeah, I'm still learning. I'm tweaking points. I'm tweaking stems. I'm trying different things. And it's only a matter of time before something will really click, and then that'll be me. I'll stick with something.
Let's talk weekly titles. First time was so nice. I suppose you'd like to do it twice, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it'd be nice, yeah. Especially tonight. It's a tough night. Some really good players and some really good friends in there as well. But like I say, I'm here for one reason. That's to win it again. And I've got the first one. And the first one was difficult as well. It was a really tough night as well. And I feel like there's a lot of pressure off me now. I stop people coming down for a reason, to try and focus more instead of trying to please them. I want to please myself, and it seems to work. But yeah, it'd be great to win again, especially with the quality that they've got in there.
Right, wish you all the best, Jamie. Good luck out there.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
It's on a first leg, Jamie Owens.
But this is the type of finish which is very much in Jamie Owens' range. Very much in his range. Double 10. This is crazy. Jamie Owens' finishing has been absolutely exceptional at times.
In the most breathtaking fashion. Another. Leaves him on the ball. The drum roll finishes. And the target is hit.
Well, this is the 16,000th game that has been played at the Modus Super Series. That's a long time ago. I had hair when this started. But who is going to win this meeting? Let's find out. In the company of Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. You did have hair. Not a lot, but you did have hair. A little bit more than you have now. I would agree with that. When this project started, you never know whether it was going to be 6 months and it would be over, but 16,000 games, fantastic. Tom Lonsdale, the 29-year-old from Bridgewater, nearly caused a shock in his first one against Derek Coulson. Jamie Owens comes in, and the 36-year-old from Stockton-on-Tees is definitely a different player to when he was last here when he won it. He said it himself in his interview. We've had more 90 averages out of him, a lot less of his 70 averages, which would pop up where he would berate himself a little bit too much and then stop himself in the next couple of visits. He stopped doing that, and it's making him a more complete player. I commented about it in the first couple of days. He'd gone back to it, and that's when he hit that 77 that he was talking about in his interview. We spoke about it on Wednesday after Group A finished, and he said, I think you're right, Scott. I think you're absolutely spot on what you said about me.
22.
I'm going to try to stop being so aggressive to myself when it's not quite going right.
32.
We'll see whether that happens here. For Tom Lonsdale, he has to win. So a different sort of pressure this time round. It was a bit of a free run
44.
against DC. Everybody was expecting Coulson to beat him. And then turned out that he was really unlucky in that game. We saw the brilliance of Derek Coulson to get through it. Tom's now got to try and repeat that game. He had 100 average and lost 4-3. You don't do that too often, Laura.
No, you definitely don't. And he did have 2 match darts to beat Derek Coulson at the point of 4 legs to 2. Missed those 2 darts, and as you say, the finishing from Coulson at that point, the 1-2-7, the 1-2-2 to win it, it was absolutely excellent. But Lonsdale forced that out of him. And as you say, if he can do something similar, but you have to get over the disappointment of the fact that you have match darts and the fact that you played so well and didn't win. Tom Lonsdale just needs to be able to bounce back and bounce back quickly. There isn't a lot of time in between the matches to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
58. $137.
It's a better visit there for Tom Lonsdale. Arguably a bit of a tentative start from both these players. They recognise the importance of this particular match.
Sign
of adrenaline there, isn't it? Well, I mean, we both know when you get up there on that stage, there's a bit of adrenaline that can make you overthrow and throw a little bit harder. Rather than going for the big 12 to make sure 49. That he got himself a dart, something to back 24. Himself. He's gone for the treble there and hit the treble 9 instead of the treble 12, and he didn't get himself a dart. And Lonsdale punishes him. It was a 22 dart leg, and Owens on form this week. You would have thought he'd have got a double at that before, got a double before Lonsdale got there.
Yeah, it's a different kind of feeling, I imagine, for Jamie Owens. There's a lot of things perhaps to consider. One, this is his first time out on the stage. 2, he knows that if he wins it, that will put both himself and Derek Coulson through, because Tom Lonsdale wouldn't have had a win to his name. But he's also coming back, Scott, as a weekly winner. And I don't know if that in itself just brings that additional bit of
43.
I mean, you can say pressure, but for Jamie Owens, perhaps that bit of expectation, especially because he has played so well this week.
Yeah, there can be you can come back overconfident because you're a former winner in the room, and you think that maybe you've got a little step up on others that haven't managed to turn a good week into a win. I can see exactly where you're coming from with that. And I would totally agree. I think it's a bit of an advantage, but like you say, it can be a disadvantage when it starts to go wrong because of your own expectations of yourself can then drag you down.
140.
Squeezing in the corner, the treble 20 bed.
80.
Well, that was an explosive bounce out, nearly taking out our referee for this evening, Paul Hinks.
$78.
Yeah, nice last dart there. He covered a bad situation there with that treble 19. Still needed a treble, and he chased around the board and managed to hit the treble 18 to leave 97. 10 or a 6 for Owens. He goes 10. This is the part of his game where he's been very good for me this week. Very good on his doubling. Whereas before you'd see him at 5, 6 darts he'd take to get out. Now he's going out in 1 or 2 visits on occasions when he needs to. In other occasions it's still 4 or 5 darts, but usually the opponent's back on 200 plus. So there's no two ways about it. He's learning his trade and learning his craft very quickly. If he hadn't really picked a dart up only 4 years ago, to be at this level already, when for many it takes years and years to get to this level.
I do wonder when players transition from another sport. Obviously, we've seen it at the very top end with the likes of a Gerwyn Price, for example. When they've been very active in a different sport, they bring that mindset with them, that mentality. And I do think it's been starting to be proven that it's really conducive for dart players to have that mindset. We say so much darts is just as much about the way that you're thinking and the way your mind is as it is ability.
Do you know what? I've spoken about the very same thing with Eddie Howe when he was Bournemouth manager, and how he related the darts and the football to being very similar. If you're a left back at football and you're taking on the right winger, you want to win your duel. It's you against him, and it's a duel. And then if you get enough of you winning your own duels, your team wins the match. And that's how you have to line it up.
49.
That's unlucky for Lonsdale. Misses the ball, but he has hit a 12 and left him 38. Great visit from Owens on the bullseye. Can he get round the side of that? Not really. And see the frustration. Lonsdale goes to split. Well, he's got double 13 just above where he's hit. And it's worked for him, double. And he's got a touch fortunate there as the young man.
That was almost a case of out of the frying pan and into the fire there for Tom Lonsdale. But as you say, it gets away with it. Jamie Owens, you just heard that roar of frustration. His dart, it has this tendency, it kind of leans over to the left. It points up, leans to the left, and it covers quite a lot of the target. When he goes for that left-hand side of the board, the double 16s, the double 8s, he can so easily cover the target because of the lean.
58.
Yeah, could we say that's the same reason that, like, James Waite loves double 10 and that side and tops and 10s? I don't know. Possibly it could be the answer. This is good stuff from Owens. He's hit 33 180s this week. That's his 34th.
He has been the top 41 maximum hitter of this week. Series 13 score, unbelievable. But week number 4, one player looking to 57. Add their name to an already good-looking lineup for Champions Week.
I think the 3 that we've already got through in Champions Week may be surprised. You know, they're. I'm not taking it away from them. Their averages and everything, they've done exceedingly well.
100.
But Steve Green probably wasn't the favourite on week one. Keanu Van Velzen probably wasn't the favourite on week 2.
45.
And last week, probably everybody was looking at Carl Wilson, and Radek Sagansky came through. So those are our 3 through already. Tonight we will find out who goes in
46.
as our 4th qualifier to Champions Week.
Well, they do say there's that synonymity with the number 13, and perhaps if you go in as a favourite, it's unlucky for you. I mean, I don't think he can actually get much closer without it going in. It was awkward after that second up.
You'd have got all 3 points of that inside a polo mint. That was how tight those points are on a pinhead. So unlucky. The luckiest thing for him, Lonsdale back on 255.
Now he's thinking he's got options. Double 5 is risky. Yeah, he's opted to bust it. I don't know if I'd be busting it 10, going for a big 20, I'll be perfectly honest. I think there's safer options than that.
58.
Yeah, 11 or 14.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got the 9 there as well, but the irony would have been, wouldn't it, that you'd hit a big 5 for it anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, he's smiling in between that throw because there is an irony about it. He will have another chance. Now, we saw Lonsdale, the leg before, try and split this. He's back on a more regulation double. There you go. He does find it in the end, and I think this relates back to what you're saying. We have seen him more regularly be able to pin that double quickly, but when he starts missing, it just seems to be contagious. Something that goes on and on.
52.
He does like to have a little chin wag to himself, and he wanders round the back of
81.
The player in the former Tom Lonsdale having a little chin wag to himself about the doubles and how he missed. And
100.
When you watch him and you're not here, when you see him on the hockey, you think, oh, he's quite a strange character. But When you take those darts out of his hand and you get him out in the back room, he is just a storyteller. He is just such a genuine guy. But it's funny, we probably all know players that when you watch them throw,
85.
they are probably nothing like when you see them without a dart in their hand. The character's chalk and cheese.
98.
And again, goes back to that sport mentality for me. But yes, Jamie Owens was saying that the camaraderie in the back room this week, that's been brilliant for him. It is difficult. He travels a long way to get here. And again, he said he's stopped support coming down. He wants to fully be able to focus on the job in hand.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. I've had a spell in my time where I just wanted to go somewhere and kind of be away from it. I think that's sometimes why the floor tournaments feel so different than the bigger tournaments. As soon as you get to the TV, everybody comes with you.
He was looking for a triple 18.
96.
Has that just slightly opened the door here for Jamie Owens to find a way of breaking him. Another one in there for a 1-3-1 and just north of the tops target.
36. Jamie O'Carl, 40.
Owens hit 2 doubles in his last leg. Attempted 2 doubles already in this leg, but he's got tops left.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Out he goes. It's a breaker throw. Lonsdale had one at double 16. And you can see Lonsdale shaking his head here. He has to break throw here to stay with us. If he loses this leg, he's on his way home.
You have to feel for Lonsdale because it was an epic performance against Derek Coulson. And we mentioned before he had a couple of darts to actually take that match. But ultimately lost 4 legs to 3. The performance level's nowhere near what we saw in the opener. If they were, I think it would be in with those 4 legs to his name already.
If my Super Series memory recalls rightly, I remember Jordan Brooks actually
57.
Losing both of his games. He had 200 averages and lost them both 4-3 and was on his way home. And you just think, how can you do 200 averages, not win a game, and you're out the door and on your way home by game 3?
Yeah, that's when you know it's just not destined to be your night.
134.
Big visit from Tom Lonsdale, just fighting to stay in the match. We saw the heroics from Derek Coulson in this particular position, taking out 2 big ton plus checkouts.
71.
One to level the match and one to take it.
It's a massive 1-3-4 from Lonsdale in the last visit, and an even bigger 140. Can't finish now with that treble, can Owens? And so Lonsdale has now got to psych himself up. Not think too much.
86. Tom McCarr, 36.
Just do what you do to take this to 3-3. Double 9. Nice marker.
32.
Oh, the moment grabbed him, didn't it?
McCarr,
The
40.
moment grabbed him. You could see the look on his face. He looks to the heavens because he knows this dart from Owens could see him going home. 1 left in hand on double 10, and it goes. And it's a win for Jamie Owens, 4-2. You can see a despondent Tom Lonsdale. Congratulates Jamie Owens. But Lonsdale is the first player to exit our finals night. The average is nothing to write home about. It was the situation that grabbed them. We head into a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you Colin Osborne taking on Ashley Coleman.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Jamie Owens got the better of Tom Lonsdale by 4 legs to 2. So that means Tom Lonsdale has been eliminated. Jamie Owens and Derek Coulson are into the semi-finals. And a similar situation could apply in Game 4, because if Colin Osborne loses here to Ashley Coleman, he'd be out, and then we'd have 2 games to decide who'll win the 2 groups. But let's hear it from Ashley Coleman now. I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Actually, some really good stuff from yourself in Group C. You must have been really pleased with the way that went.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun and I enjoyed it, but today's the day.
It's Saturday, it's the money day, it's the jackpot day. This is what you've ultimately come for, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to be a runner-up this time. I want to try and win it.
Are you the type of player that you feel like the more that you've come here, the more you're getting used to the surroundings, the setting, the environment, that you're getting better?
Oh, yeah, it definitely improved. Every time, statistic-wise, it's always better. But you can never look back on things and think, this is easy.
In terms of the week as a whole, what in terms of your game have you been really pleased with?
Me finishing at crucial times. My scoring's mainly on point most of the time. But yeah, not letting the situation get above me.
You mentioned a few moments ago that you want to go one better than that weekly runner-up spot you had in the previous series. Is that something in the back of your mind? Is that maybe a bit of an inspiration for yourself this evening?
Oh, definitely. You got to use anything to inspire, even if it's minimal. That's what makes a different player a different day.
And how much you'd like to win on that Saturday night in front of the crowd, in front of the cameras. Would it be fair to say, a breakthrough for yourself?
Oh, definitely. It'll be one of the biggest wins in my career. But there's 5 other players in that back room that are quite capable of smashing anyone off the board.
Right, wish you all the very best. Ashley, good luck out there.
Thank you. And I think I've settled into the stage now. I'm going into comps now and I feel like I'm going to win them instead of feeling like I might get through a few rounds. I want to do what no one's done in here. Let's see what we can do this week.
Can wrap things up. That was mustard. Shimmies across, fires it in, 2-0. Tripples across, and once again. And it does go. It didn't look likely, but he found the bullseye.
So it's Coleman against Osborne, Game 4 of our evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And watching this one in commentary, Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Well, for Colin Osborne, he finds himself in the unenviable position that we just saw Tom Lonsdale in, where it is a must-win match for him. And it's the first time this evening that we will be seeing Ashley Coleman obviously speaking about the fact that, yes, this would be one of the biggest achievements that he's had in darts, but seems quite grounded about it. Was a runner-up here previously, so would love to go one better, but first things first, has to negotiate this. Colin Osborne, the 50-year-old from Middlesbrough, played his opening match against Robbie Martin, losing 4 legs to 3 in a deciding leg. And Ashley Coleman from Haverhill, as I said, a previous runner-up. He could put himself through to the semi-finals with a win here over Osborne, taking Robbie Martin with him. How do you see this one going, Scott?
Again, I see this as a pretty even matchup. Coleman here. Obviously, we haven't seen him so far this evening, but Osborne has the advantage of throw, as well as having the advantage of being out there and being up there already this evening. Strange how the draw works.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Collinger through first. Game on.
Osborne, known as the Wizard. Was he the original Wizard? Who was the first Wizard? Must have been Simon Whitlock, was it?
He started off as the Wizard of Oz, didn't he? I believe. But
60.
I mean, I'll let them battle out over who had it first.
None of them come on to follow the Yellow Brick Road, so there's no implications of walk-on music, is there?
You could have the whole thing, though, couldn't you? You know, you could have some kind of blue and white.
Tin Man and the Lion coming out with, and
red shoes, blue and white plaid trousers. Yeah, there's a whole thing here going on. We should be in branding, I swear.
Exactly. One of our producers has got a lovely pair of red
43.
trainers here. He could have borrowed them.
One of them, 40.
I think Osborne has the experience here to handle this.
60.
Saw Coleman get a little nervy towards the end of his qualification. He got a bit nervy getting the win that he needed. He's the sort that works out how many legs he needs and what he needs, and he's one of those in the back room, it comes across to me. But he says he isn't. He says, I didn't look and I didn't do this. But the way that he reacted in that game where he needed to win it, he kind of needed a few more opportunities than he had done all day. And you think, you did know.
I think everyone has a vague idea, especially if you've played here before. Oh, massive slip with the second dart for Colin Osborne.
40. Ashley O'Carr, 158.
Again, it's just that period of play for Colin Osborne. We saw that in the first match. Not making the most of the advantage of being the strongest scorer from the outset.
And the other thing with Coleman, for a larger guy, he does whip round the oche and doesn't mess around.
60. Ashley O'Carr, 24.
You watch him, he gets on, he throws them.
Getting shot the first leg.
Plays with a lot of rhythm.
Coleman.
His throw, his game is built on rhythm.
Second leg Ashley to throw
and then
first.
he does, he just belts around the corner and he's ready to go again. He likes a quick pace, and I've watched him playing the likes of Tommy Morris and stuff before, and they're both
60.
running around in circles. You would not want to be marking it.
Yeah, absolutely. Slightly more of an aim, a more methodical action, but even then Colin Osborne doesn't hang around himself.
100.
I was just having a quick look over the stats of Coleman throughout his Group C campaign as he pins his first maximum. And yeah, it was all kind of around that mid-80s mark, and then there was just this one massive game against Nico Plovia that saw him average in excess of 106. So there are those levels there, but they're not consistent enough. Well, mention the levels. There's a 180.
$95. Ashley O'Carr, 81.
Oh, this to double the lead, and it's the slip of the first, so was looking for treble 14, 41. But tees up nicely.
$100. Ashley O'Carr, 40.
Puts in a ton to try and remain a problem, but Coleman flies in and out. Oh, Coleman's having to work overtime here.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, as we've mentioned before, must win for Colin Osborne.
58.
And this is the thing, we always talk about the advantage of throw, because in a race to four, it is an advantage, but you still have to make the most of it. And the disadvantage to it is if you're
58.
broken early, as we've seen with Colin Osborne, you are seriously on the back foot from the off.
Yeah, you are. And it's one of those things that's really tough. And you're more relaxed in a game where you haven't 97. Got the throw on this Champions Night.
$140.
Coleman's one of those that once he gets his nose in front and he starts getting that first dart right, he is a first dart follower. There's no two ways about it.
42. You do get that, don't you, when you do have people that play with that kind of pace? I mean, the likes of Elisa Ashton, she doesn't go up there and aim particularly, but it's just bang, bang, bang. When the first 41. One's right, the next two follow. But that is probably a good example of the fact that when it doesn't go, then the adjustment's quite hard to find.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very good point.
140. $56. Colin your car 164.
I was going to see Colin having the name Osborne. Wasn't the Prince of Darkness Ozzy Osborne?
Yeah, it was indeed.
124.
Well, that is a magical setup from Colin Osborne.
He had no intention on leaving himself the bullseye. Wanted to leave himself 3 darts at tops.
Colin your car 40.
Like you say, you don't panic at 2-0 in a first to 4, particularly if you've got the darts. But he'll start to panic here if this doesn't go for him.
Colin Osborne.
Oz holds the throw.
Both leg Ashley to throw
Pulls
first.
it back to 2-1. And now the role's reversed. If you're in Coleman's situation, you back yourself to hold throw.
80.
And you're thinking 3-1 already. You have to remain positive.
Oh, at all times, absolutely. Would have been happy to see that dart on the floor, but Colin Osborne would have. And now he can try and just wrestle away a bit of an advantage because he needs to find a way now of breaking back.
$80. $55.
Osborne just trying to lift it over that other dart. Somehow managed to squeeze it between the treble 20 bed and the dart that was already in the board.
55.
Yeah, neither player really finding big scores.
I'll coin a phrase that I saw a couple of weeks ago on the Premier League when Wayne Mardle said, Luke Humphrey seems to get a dart
80.
through a hole where you can't get water. Brilliant bit of commentary from Wayne Mardle.
60.
I take it Rod Starr keeps calling him Mardell because it's to wind him up.
I just think, yeah, this is their relationship. To be fair, so many people, when you read his name, they've always called him Wayne Mardell. But we know different, but Studdy likes to do it.
100.
It's like again, Durant. It's Durant, apparently, like current. He reminded me.
97. Colin your car 126.
Well, Osborne's put himself in a really good position here. Yeah, he knows. That's a big slip with the first.
I've got to say, I made the same face here in the commentary box when he threw that first dart. I was like, ooh.
86. Ashley car
Covered nicely, though. I have to give it to him. Prince of Darkness here. Treble 20. Now treble 15. Oh, he goes back.
53.
Down
Colin
for
your car
19.
40.
Hinksy stepped in there.
And this is the experience of Osborne again, just letting Hinksy go back to position and just making sure gives himself a best chance. One dart in hand, you feel it has to go. And it's a great last dart. Yeah, he likes that one, Scott.
He does indeed.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
He's got a couple in the crowd there. It's been around a while, was Colin. I watched Colin on TV before he ever had a clue where I was. It feels strange to have
99.
mates now that you used to watch on the TV. I'm sure you find the same, Laura. It's mad.
Yeah, no, it's very strange indeed.
You've now got the phone numbers and everything in your phone. You can give them a call, and like we used to watch them and couldn't get near them.
You're going to grow up watching your idols on TV, and then you get the opportunity, even just getting the opportunity to play alongside them or play against them. That's the kind of the first stage, isn't it? And then it's as many players as there are, it is still a small community, the darting one.
100.
Coleman doing well here.
This is the thing. Colin Osborne's fought hard
30.
to get himself back to level. But he's once again just opened the door here for Ashley Coleman.
140.
Yeah, comes in with a 140. Super stuff from Osborne.
$39. Colin Car 57.
Well, this is a huge opportunity by way of that maximum from Colin Osborne.
And it'll be a really strong holder throw.
37.
He hasn't done it.
Ashley Car 42.
And you can see the clutches his hands on his way to the board. He knows he's offered an opportunity.
Each on the fifth leg, Ashley Coleman.
It's just these
six-leg Ashley to throw first. Game on.
Fine margins in the sport now. One or two slight misses. You don't get away with much. And that was a 14 dart breaker throw for Ashley Coleman.
100. $85.
What has Colin Osborne got left?
81.
Real rescuer there with the last dart from Coleman.
Yeah, you feel that Osborne needs 3 really big visits
99
coming in. That's kind of helped him this time round. Got him back level.
49. Thank you.
Coleman's gone trebleless of any use. He hit 2 treble 5s, but really wasn't into those.
$100. $32.
There's another slip there from Coleman. This is a must-win leg, a must-win match for Colin Osborne. Coleman still does have another fixture. He'll be up in the last of our round-robin stages, playing Robbie Martin.
140.
Masterful darts. That first one was a blocker and he slid 2 over the top. Used all his experience there.
100. Colin Car 77.
77 then for Osborne to level us up. Treble 19 for double 10. Single 18 then for tops. He's going to get 1 dart at tops. He only needs 1 dart.
Colin Osborne.
Super stuff for Osborne.
7th and final leg, Colin to throw
15
first.
dart break. He's now back on throw. It's the momentum with him.
Game on.
No, when he goes up and throws his first darts. Taking his time. Using all his experience. Talking to him earlier, he still loves the game, Colin Osborne. Keeps playing because he loves it.
$58.
Well, the first game in this group went 4 legs to 3. Colin Osborne found himself in that last leg decider and it went the way of Robbie Martin. If Colin Osborne can win this 4 legs to 3 himself, the only way he can be eliminated would be virtue of a 9-dart shootout. The 9-dart shootout would be on the cards.
Yeah, it would be.
99.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago we had another 9-dart shootout.
58.
They're always exciting. Yeah, we had one in week 1.
Yeah, one I think that left Dave Evans scratching his head after. It's a painful way to be eliminated.
Oh, it's like when they used to have the golden goal at the end of these FA Cups and for no replays and all that. It's like, oh.
Unless you were the one that actually got it, and this is where the difference is.
I was at Wembley in 1998 for Bournemouth and they lost to a golden goal of Grimsby in the, I don't know what it was, Zenith Data Systems or the Auto Windscreen Shield or whatever it was, I can't remember.
100.
And the game's over. Hey, what's going on?
It still hurts, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was years ago. 20 odd years ago.
Well,
26.
All seems to have fallen apart here slightly for Ashley Coleman. Colin Osborne needs a 104. And that is the worst possible first start for a 104. It's not disastrous.
It's why you should start downstairs on 104. Colin should have known that. You can't get yourself in too much bother down there. You still get a chance, no matter where you throw it.
40. Colin O'Carr, 20.
Well, he's got plenty of time on his side, Osborne, but I want to see it off here. All Ashley Coleman can do is look on. But it is Colin Osborne who gets over the line in the last leg decider against Ashley Coleman, 4 legs to 3. Disappointment for Coleman. He just couldn't quite find the scoring power that we saw earlier on in the match in that deciding leg. But it's good news for Colin Osborne. There you see the tail of the tape. 91.78 for Osborne. He really had to fight to stay in the match. But we go back to Group 1 after the break, where Jamie Owens takes on Derek Coulson.
Well, game 5 of the night about to get underway. A meeting between Jamie Owens and Derek Coulson. Before the break, Colin Osborne kept his hopes of qualification alive with a 4-3 win over Ashley Coleman. He has to beat Robbie Martin in game 6. Owens and Coulson is a straight shootout to see who wins this group. They're both going to be in the semi-finals, but in what order? We're going to find out in a couple of moments' time, and we're going to do so in the company of our commentary team. And it's a very warm welcome back to Scott Mitchell. And first, it's Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, this one, a more straightforward group 1 than group 2. As Henry just explained there, whoever wins this, they top the group. And the advantage of that, Scott, is that they will go through to the semi-finals and they will be throwing first. Who they will be up against? Well, at the moment, I think that's anyone's guess, because group 2, when we get there, is slightly more complicated. As for these two, as you mentioned previously, they have met a few times already this week.
Yeah, on Monday, Jamie Owens turned over Derek Coulson 4-3. Tuesday, Derek Coulson turned over Jamie Owens 4-2. And then Jamie Owens got Coulson on Wednesday 4-1. They've all gone with the darts, interestingly enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg,
That's
Jamie
how tight these
first.
two are.
Game on.
You do sometimes find that when players are playing at full flight, they're playing their best, or they're playing similarly, then that's when the advantage of throw really does take shape. Now, I guess
76.
for me, it's whether you believe in patterns. Is it just Derek Coulson's turn to win, or is it the fact that Derek's only lost 4 games and 50% of them have actually come at the hands of Jamie Owens?
If I was in this situation,
140,
and I was Derek, I would be thinking, this is the 3rd time he's had the darts on me out of 4. They really are chucking it at me today, or this week, and trying to make it hard for me.
Oh, winning a week is never going to be easy, but yeah, absolutely.
96. 134.
Well, this is a really strong start from Jamie Owens. He's down to a potential 3-dart out after 9, and he looked a bit frustrated. Although he got the win in his first match over Tom Lonsdale, he didn't look happy about it. He was off the stage really quickly. Averaged in the high 70s, not what he would expect for himself. But that is a 12-dart opening gambit from Jamie Owens.
To go first. Game on.
Yeah, another thing that Jamie Owens has added to his repertoire is ton plus finishes. 107 and 144 on Monday, 110, 116 on Tuesday, 153 on Thursday, 108 and 100 on Friday, and now he adds the 111 on Saturday, right when he needed it as well.
I thought you were kind of breaking into
throw.
Craig David song there for a minute.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, it's Valentine's Day. Met the girl
16.
on Monday.
Look at you. Nice little notes coming out of there, Scott.
Don't tell anybody, otherwise I like to let Henry think he's the only singer around
60.
here.
Ah, familiar face in the crowd, Samantha Curtin, holding up her Valentine's Day sign. But yeah, Samantha Curtin, a player that's played here previously, played in the ADC Women's Tour, someone that you know really well.
140.
We know her as Beef.
$140. Derek 170.
Well, he's been taking out some big finishes. Is he going to add the big fish? Jamie Owens thinks so, but it is a slip on the ball for Derek Coulson.
140, then it counts 25.
Well, this to level things up. Coulson looks cool as a cucumber, takes it out into 12 darts from Jamie Owens to open things up, and it's a 14 dart response from Derek Coulson.
100. $48.
Yeah, disappointing visit from Coulson. And again, you just saw that from Jamie Owens,
55.
who is obviously playing a lot better. And there's Tom Lonsdale in the crowd watching on. But even when he just slipped into that treble one, that's going to happen as a dart player. But he's already up there. He's shaking his head. I know it's part of his game, but perhaps an element that
100.
can be looked at and worked on to try and remain positive and keep that focus.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I think something I'm always being told by my wife when I'm up there berating myself. But yeah, he sat on a bogey but couldn't really do a lot about it with the 180.
60. $96.
Again, it's a good pick-off. Down to a 2-dart after 12. Both these players just finding some top flight when they've got the opportunity to throw first.
99. Jamie Carr, 70. Getting shot on the third leg, Jamie Owens.
Again, we spoke about that finishing in leg one, and that's something that Owens has added to his game. And if you can eradicate a couple of darts at the end of the leg all the time by shooting out like that, your averages start to skyrocket. Coulson once again being made to work really, really hard, and he's jumping back at the task, isn't he? He's really up to it.
Yeah, and you have to remember, both these players know they've got the comfort, they've got the luxury of knowing that they're through to the semi-finals. No matter what happens, this is playing for position.
139.
Yeah, exactly. So you can say there's a bit of freedom in the game because they both know that they're kind of through.
24.
And no matter what happens, they probably know the only way they can meet again this evening is going to be the final.
Yeah, and I've always had this theory as well that when players pick up a trophy, they want to be able to say they didn't lose a game that night as well.
100.
There is a way, obviously, of losing a game and making it through to picking up the trophy, but to say that you did it with a clean slate, I just think that's the ultimate.
81.
Yeah, I agree with that.
82.
I totally agree with that.
Single two. And he's just having a look over at the score. He knows he's got plenty of time, so he's got options.
42.
He went treble. I had a feeling he might have gone tops there, but that's not the time for it with your opponent back on 3-3-9. Play the sensible game. You don't need to worry about your average and doing it in less darts in this situation.
Then you count 40.
The advantage to the winner here also, they'll go through to the semi-final and have the darts in their semi-final. So there's always an importance, and I like the fact that importance has been left on these games in these group stages.
Yeah.
Owens does like to have a chat with you on stage. It's one of those things that some players don't mind an odd comment. Some players like to stay away from it. We saw Osborne earlier. Make sure he didn't make eye contact between throws.
Just saw there the leg by leg count, and you can see the averages. Both these players are probably more than aware that they're in a really, really competitive match.
100.
And you've been in the back room, I've been in the back room. The relationship you build, especially if we've been here from Monday, you do build up friendships and relationships with the people in the back room that you wouldn't normally necessarily see on a regular basis.
It doesn't go away. It's still going to stay with you now for the rest of your life. That's the thing. It's like rooming with an England teammate for a weekend or whatever. That never goes away for the rest of your diet and life. No matter what competition you go to and you're both in the same room, it stays. That relationship stays.
140.
Well, Derek Coulson is now starting to make moves on the leg where Jamie Owens threw first.
58. Daniel 81. Game shot the fifth leg. Derek Coulson.
Super from Coulson.
Sixth leg Derek to throw first. Game on.
Really good. Made a mistake with the first start. Tidied it up with the second. Some good stuff from him.
$57. $100.
Guess who left their pen at home?
Well, this was really delicately poised at 2 apiece, but Derek Coulson has just found another level. It's the second maximum, taking his average just shy of 105.
Did he leave his pen at home or is he clairvoyant? He knew the 180 was coming from Coulson.
Could it be another one? Back-to-back maximums where you settle for a 140.
$95. Daniel 124.
This for the match, double A, just the wrong side of the wire for Derek Coulson, but Jamie Owens way, way back.
$129, Derek 8.
It's a big visit. It does leave him on a finish, but is it all academic? Is it a bit too late? It is too late. Derek Coulson wraps up the match, 4 legs to do with a 14 darter. Good embrace between the two. It was a brilliant match from start to finish, but Derek Coulson at the midway point just found another gear, an average in excess of a ton. It's 104.2, but 50% on the outer ring. A couple of maximums each as well, and it'll be Derek Coulson that tops the group, and we'll see who'll be topping Group 2 just after the break.
Welcome back to the Super Series. Before the break, Derek Coulson got the better of Jeremy Owens by 4 legs to 2. So he's won Group 1. However, it's a little bit muddier as far as Group 2 is concerned. 3 players in the race, but only 2 players, of course, can make it in. Ashley Coleman would qualify with a 4-2 win or better in his game here against Robbie Martin. Any win is good enough for Robbie to make it through, whereas Colin Osborne can only be eliminated in a 9-dart shootout. And that will happen if Ashley Coleman wins this game by 4 legs to 3. So that is the permutations. It's all on the line. And in commentary, Laura Turner is alongside Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. When it all starts getting muddier, I wish I'd have brought me welly boots. So big stuff going on here. Lots of permutations. Colin Osborne is sat in the back room, probably waiting to see which way this goes. He wouldn't have left the building on this occasion to find out his fate, as he did last night. Ashley Coleman, I think, has got the most work to do. He's in a must-win situation. So we'll keep it at that for now. Robbie Martin also, a win will guarantee him going through as top of the group. And
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg,
the darts in the semi-final should he do that. So
game on.
Plenty for both to play for. This is by far from a dead rubber.
100.
No, it really isn't. But if you just look at what we've seen so far, Robbie Martin, he was pushed by Colin Osborne in his opening match. He just got over the line in a deciding leg. But just in terms of the consistency of play, then you would say that Robbie Martin has the advantage. But we've seen bits and pieces from Coleman that just make you hesitate, because he did hit 3 maximums against Colin Osborne in that match where he lost the deciding leg.
58.
Yeah, Coleman was mustard at times in that game, but he was also horseradish in other parts.
125.
Yeah, that way off the mark.
98.
It's a good adjustment back to the treble 20, but Coleman still very much with advantage.
100.
When you're playing someone with the pace of Coleman, what you have to be really cautious of is not getting wrapped up into his pace, into his rhythm, because if you do that, I think that's where Coleman will thrive.
I agree. I totally agree. I think we all... Bullseye.
47.
I suppose he had to go that way with 71. Martin being sat on 71. Double 16 then for Robbie Martin.
He's on the first leg, Robbie Martin.
How many more times we're going to see him do this week? Really super stuff from Martin to break a throw.
Game on.
And a really important break a throw. And when you break throw, you now need minimum requirement of a treble of significance going into the next leg. And that's exactly what Robbie Martin has done.
135.
He's hit 2.
Yeah, it's a break a throw, but not just... It was a break a throw in 14 darts. And Ashley Coleman did have that chance. It was a long-range shot at the ball.
$45.
Five of the last 7 legs this evening have been 14 darters, which shows you the quality of what we're bringing you this evening on Pluto TV.
Yeah, despite being sat on 3-2-1, that 180 does not set him up for a 9-darter. He's down to 141 after 9.
141.
But he won't be worried about that. He'll just be looking to set up.
97.
Did actually go 7 into a 9 2 weeks ago at County.
40. Robbie Carr, 44.
The treble 19.
Robbie Martin now just asking so many questions of Ashley Coleman. It's just what he's got left.
133. Robbie Carr, 32.
It's a big 2 treble visit, but again, it could just be rendered academic.
It's a bit of a blocker. He's going to go around the side of that and up the top. Still must be space. Oh, nicely done. And when you're in the bubble, those things happen for you. When the luck's against you, that catches a flight, flies off to the left and ends up on the floor.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't
55.
just try and sidle across the oche and just open up a bit of a better angle. Obviously, we can only see a certain amount from here in the comms box. The player will see much more.
140.
And also they know how the trajectory of their flight, how it goes through the air. And sometimes players are just stubborn and don't want to move. Important leg here for Coleman.
60.
Yeah, as a reminder, Ashley Coleman has to win in order to progress through to the semi-finals.
99.
He's got to get back in it one leg at a time, hasn't he? And here he's got to find some scoring for Robbie Martin. You don't want to be letting him off the hook. You've
96.
You've got him by the jugular at the minute, and you don't want to be giving him any glimmers of light. The Prince of Darkness.
137.
Well, this is a better leg from Ashley Coleman.
61. Ashley Carr, 70.
He has had just one dart at a double so far this match. It was a solitary dart at the ball, and now it's one at tops.
Getting shot on the third leg. Ashley
This time he
Coleman.
doesn't miss. You should say,
Fourth
so has
leg
to
Robbie
start
to throw
chipping
first.
away
Game
somehow.
on. .42.
An early slip, a really early slip there from Martin. Coleman looking to punish.
97.
Again, that awkward first start. It sits up and it just means it has to find the
58.
adjustment and can't find a big treble. That's back-to-back trebleless visits for Robbie Martin.
81.
This time he stayed there. He tried to get around that dart and still
44.
the outcome back down to the bottom of the board. Just needs a little bit more height on that first dart.
134.
First dart is becoming really problematic for Robbie
57.
Martin in this leg.
Yeah, it gets to a point where you've got to physically make sure that you throw it high. It's something
43.
he does, and 9 times out of 10 he can get round it, but really needs a 140 here.
It's like he heard you, Scott, because that did feel like he was
100.
just trying to make sure it
Ashley
was
Carr,
high, didn't block.
146.
Yeah, we've discussed it once already this week after the session.
130.
Just a width of a wire away for the 146.
Absolutely rapid, wasn't it?
84.
Tried to
Ashley
use
Carr,
the other
16.
dart there. Hit it and take it into the treble. Coleman getting further away.
Game shot on the
Goes
fourth leg.
inside this
Ashley
time,
Coleman.
finds his range. He's now
Fifth
back
leg,
on
Ashley to
throw.
first. Game on.
And you have to spare a thought at this particular moment for Colin Osborne, who Would have thought he'd had one
58.
foot in the semi-finals, but now we're back on level terms, and there's been a real drop-off in terms of performance levels from Robbie Martin, who was averaging around the 94, 95 mark, dropped right down by 10 points.
177.
You commentators curse him and say there was a drop-off. He'll be paying you to say that even more. Really good visit. Really, really good visit from Martin. Has to back that up with something, and he's going to.
$100.
But that's what top players can do, is just get over that disappointment of a poor leg really quickly and actually
95.
Perhaps discover one of the best legs of the evening.
He was also helped by Coleman going trebleless on 2 occasions, and you can't let that slip, can you? You can't let that go. Another one of those.
140.
Fear there was he could have knocked one of those out because it did look a bit wobbly.
61. Thank you. Romeo Car 84.
Well, this for a potential 11 dart leg. The 11 dart is on.
Getting shown the 5th leg.
Beautiful response to the disappointment of losing that previous leg.
6th leg, Robbie to
Telling you,
first.
the boys
Game
got
on.
gears.
It's all about that first dart for me, Scott. He's just got it to perfection once again.
He has indeed.
$42.
There's a resigned look on Coleman's face. The flight in the mouth is a Taylor trait when he was in trouble.
58.
One thing I will tell you about Ashley Coleman, he won't go away.
100.
He will not go away.
Down the bottom of the board, but this time finds a good adjustment. He was unlucky
98.
with the 3rd dart. Ashley Coleman with so much work to do, but that's a great first. Could be
139.
He opts to switch.
$60.
I reckon Robbie Martin's had 180s further away than that 60.
45. Robbie Car 146.
Well, we saw Coleman have an attempt on this early on, but there was a big slip in that previous leg. Ashley
95.
Coleman knows it because he's afforded so much time now to Robbie Martin.
60. Robbie Car 51.
I think he miscounted. There were 70 left, or he just stayed there to make sure that. What happened there? Double 16.
35. Ashley Car
The
115.
one match start goes a begging for Martin. Treble 19 for double 19. That doesn't go. So Martin
99.
back.
Robbie Car 16.
Double 8, but it's under pressure. Coleman sat there on the same double.
Game shown
No thought of losing that game from Robbie Martin. It's a super win for him. He goes through as the group winner at the expense of Ashley Coleman. He's been unlucky with 2 4-3 losses in this group. It's not about the average, this one. It was about who won it and who goes to the semis. We'll be back after a short break where we'll be discussing all that's happened so far this evening.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The group stage action on this Saturday night has come to a close. Before the break, we saw Robbie Martin get the better of Ashley Coleman by 4-2. So that eliminated Ashley Coleman from the mix. Robbie Martin, Colin Osborne, Jamie Owens and Derek Coulson are the 4 players into the semi-finals in around about 10 minutes' time. This is how the semis are going to look. Derek Coulson is going to take on Colin Osborne, whilst Robbie Martin is going to take on Jamie Owens in our second semi-final. So that is what we've seen so far, and we've been watching it in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner, who join us in the studio now. Is that the 4 perhaps that we expect at the beginning of the night making it through to the semi-finals?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just look at the odds when we came into it. I guess Colin Osborne and Ashley, it was quite hard to split between the two, but Colin Osborne just showed all that experience that he's got to make sure that he booked his place to the semi-finals. So, yeah, Tom was just unlucky. I think that first game just put him on the back foot, but I'm not surprised at the 4 we've got.
Yeah, for me, Oz used all the advantage of having had a game against a slightly inexperienced Ashley Coleman against him, and he made that one go his way 4-3, and then it was very difficult for Coleman mentally from there, wasn't it?
Right, let's dissect the night then so far. We'll kick off with Derek Coulson, who played Tom Lonsdale. That superb game to open up proceedings. Lonsdale led by 3-2 before Coulson took out those back-to-back 120-plus finishes, the 1-2-7 and the 1-2-2.
Unbelievable match. You know, it just kind of set the tone for the rest of the evening as well. But I think for Tom, the disappointment not only is because he's played so well and he's lost 4-3, but he had 2 match darts as well. He had darts from 48 to win that 4-2, and then it was the heroics from Derek from that point when it came to the big finishes. He pinned the 1-2-7 off the back of that. And with 1-2-7, yeah, obviously you stood in the background and you think, oh, I've got half a chance here, I might come back to the board. Well, Derek was having absolutely none of it, and yeah, it was an exceptional performance from both.
Was that the difference between a player with a lot of experience in Derek Coulson with someone who's still learning on the job in Tom Lonsdale?
No, I don't think Tom did anything wrong. I think he did everything absolutely right. The one question I would have is, has Derek been using his get out of jail cards really early, because he had to use 2 of them at once? I'm not saying that he can't do it again, but as a player, you start to think, can I repeat it? Can I repeat it? And if you start thinking like that, you could have a few problems.
As far as the other player made it through is concerned, Jamie Owens, he'll be happy enough with his opening 2 displays. He's in the night, isn't he?
Yeah. The main thing is getting to the semi-final. He didn't look too happy. He was really quick off the stage, off the back of winning that first match. But then the next one, yeah, he looked more than happy. It was a great battle between him and Derek Coulson. I think at 2-2, it was just so delicately poised. It was really evenly matched. But Derek, again, just showed that he's got those gears that he can run through.
He gave him a bit of a bruise on the nose. We never know whether they might meet in the final. Will that perhaps be, at least if it was to be them two, Derek knows that Jamie can rough him up a bit?
We did say that it really didn't matter, and if they were going to play again this week, they were going to play in the final. So I think it's very interesting that Robbie and Jamie have been hanging around together all week. They were in Group A together. I think they've been going out and eating together, staying in the same hotel. So how friendly have they got over the last 5 days? And I think we'll find out in the next few minutes, because I think that's a really tough game when you befriend somebody like every day and you've got to go and play. We've seen Tom earlier try to not have eye contact with players and stuff, and we're going to see a little bit of that going on, I think, in that semi-final. Whether they will actually discuss things and laugh at one another, I have a feeling it'll go that way and be quite a friendly game. But sometimes you can do something to your opponent and sort of like give them the cold shoulder and try and get under their skin. We'll see what happens.
In terms of Robbie Martin, job done well in Group 2.
Yeah, and we expected it, absolutely. Yeah, it was a bit more plain sailing for him. Obviously, going into that last match, it could have come a cropper, but no, he was just solid. His performances have been what we've seen pretty much throughout the week. His finishing has been great. Even if he doesn't take out a big finish, he knows how to hit those 2 trebles to leave a double, and then it just means he's coming back because he's generally quite a bit in front.
Colin Osborne's not even a cat with 9 lives anymore. He's got more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got 9 tails, hasn't he? If he's in a room full of rocking chairs, he'd get away with it. It seems to be with me. I think it's his experience. I think you have a certain inner belief when a game starts going to be a certain way, and you've been involved in one of those games before. I enjoy watching him, and I enjoy the way that he controls a game. I think the rest of the guys can watch him and go, yeah, that's how I'd like to control a game. Because I still think he's in this tonight. I really do.
What room have you been in to have 9 tails and 9 rocking
But if you've
chairs?
got a cat with 9 tails, it doesn't matter which tail you go on. You've still got a tail left, haven't you?
Shall we move on?
I think so.
The player that was to miss out was Ashley Coleman. He had chances in both the games he played. Missed opportunities cost him dearly.
Missed opportunities, and again, we were talking about it. I mean, that match, the first match he lost, he had 3 180s. It went to a deciding leg, but just didn't have enough at the right time. Timing was really an issue, I think, today for Ashley Coleman. Didn't show some of the levels that we saw him progress through at the top of Group C. So yeah, perhaps one that just got away from him. Just again, it's all on the night, and he just didn't quite produce his best.
So that is the tale of the tape as far as tonight is concerned. Let's have a little bit of a flash forward into next week then, because it's week 5. We're heading towards the midway point of the 13th series, and we're going to see the former Lakeside champion Andy Barton's return to proceedings alongside Graham Hall. I'm not going to do what you two are looking at me and thinking I'm about to do. A guy called Seaside Sam is playing in Group B. Is that better?
Much.
Alongside Kevin Vaness, Mike Warburton, and in Group C, Alex Williams, Harry Ward, and Phil Johnson-Hale. I do want to talk about Andy Barton. Scott, you were at Lakeside when he picked up the title in 2023. He then went straight to the Pro Tour. I think there was an expectation when he got there he would do well. It didn't quite happen for him. How do you feel like he's going to adapt to life back at this level again?
For me, I don't think there'll be a problem. I think it's really hard when you drop off the tour. I haven't experienced it myself. You start to question where you need to be and what you need to be doing. And I think back a couple of years ago when you dropped off, there wasn't anything really other than the WDF. Now you've got the ADC, you've got all sorts of things that he can do. I think coming here as well is going to help him. He played well here when he was here as well. I think it'll help him get back on the horse.
Let's talk about a couple of other players. Graham Hall, Tour champion last year. Didn't quite work out at Q School, but I think we've learned that over this format, he's always going to be there or thereabouts.
He really is, yeah. I mean, it's another great lineup, isn't it? But yeah, for Graham Hall, he knows how to win here. He does win here. I think it's another... Sometimes when they don't get their tour cards or they lose tour cards, I mean, it's actually to our benefit ultimately, and we get to have them back here at the Super Series. And for Graham Hall, yeah, just another good addition.
What of Sam Spivey?
What of Sam Spivey? Yeah, I think Sam... He loves being called Spivey, man. I know that.
He doesn't.
He can't stand it. Anyway, look, Sam has developed from this place. We saw him play really well at Q School and was a little unlucky. We saw him play well at the Challenge. I expect him to walk back into this room and sort of play really well. He's a steady player. He knows exactly what he's got. He doesn't get carried away. He doesn't get all too excited. And he's got that rock steady game that's perfect for here.
He'll be so happy I'm in Ireland next week.
No comment, Henry.
However, we will be with Group A action from 9:30 on Monday morning here on Pluto TV. And whoever wins it's going to be a serious contender for Champions League. As to the winner of tonight, I mean, we spoke about the first 3 weeks being 3 weeks where it's been open for players maybe a little bit under the radar, but you look at the forward action tonight. Robbie Martin's been pressing on the door. Derek Coulson's looking for a 6th Champions League. Jamie Owens is looking to go back-to-back. Colin Osborne, of course, lost the series final to Luke Littler 3 years ago. Whoever makes it through will state a very serious case when it comes to week 13.
100%. And this has the feel of one of those weeks where actually it might go to form. It might be Derek Coulson, Robbie Martin in the final, which is kind of where the odds compilers are. But you only have to think back to week 1, where it was Steve Green who was the complete outsider, as Colin Osborne was tonight. So, the way that this series has gone, it really would surprise me if we actually see Colin back in the winner's circle as well.
Out of the 4 players we've seen tonight that made it through to the semi-final, who out of them has stood out the most for you, Scott?
I think there's Robbie and Derek for 2 very different reasons. Robbie could have come unstuck there against the Ash Coleman game, and he showed his maturity and how much he's matured since he was here back before Christmas. But DC, with those 2 bullseye finishes and saving himself in that first game, I think that's right up there to say that he's staking a claim.
because timing is everything. We speak about it so often, and particularly when you're in a shorter format, just that one moment, that one big opportunity that comes your way and you take, it can kill an opponent.
And it wasn't just one big moment with Derek either. As Scott just mentioned, it was those two really big finishes. Doing them consecutive legs and legs you have to win to get across the line. I just think that just shows you exactly where Derek Coulson is at the moment. His game is in a brilliant place. And yeah, to me, he's the man to beat right now.
So if you're Robbie Martin and Jamie Owens in the second semi-final, and this is without any disrespect to Colin Osborne, are you looking at and thinking, right, I'm avoiding Derek Coulson here and I'll just have a crack at him in the final if that was to be the case?
I think when you're stuck in that situation, that's the way you have to see it. I think that they'll be out the back. They'll probably be the only two still in the back room. That's the thing about being in semi-final too. It's just you two there. It's a very quiet and lonely place. But those two won't be. They'll just be sat chatting with one another or throwing on the two practice boards and just probably keeping half an eye because they won't want to see how well Derek Coulson's playing, because I wouldn't.
I'm sure it's not going to be the only icy table for two on this Valentine's night.
No, possibly not.
And we saying Derek Coulson and one other. What kind of case would you give for Colin Osborne in this first semi?
Oh, look, Colin's played well. He's got the experience. He ran his first match, you know, he was very unlucky not to win that opening match. He lost out just in a deciding leg. So, yeah, you cannot write off Colin Osborne, but it's a tough task.
Right, we've got a legend on the stick in Paul Hinks. He's going to be bringing the players out for our first semi-final.
The bullseye again. Does Coulson do it? Two in a row. Yes, he does.
But is it all academic? It is too late. Coleman can do is can't, but it is Colin Osborne who gets over.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 13, Week 4, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our first semi-final of this Saturday evening. Please welcome on stage, first of all, DC Derek Coulson and his opponent, the Wizard, Colin Osborne.
So final number one then, Derek Coulson and Colin Osborne going head to head. In the commentary box for this one, it's Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, many thanks, Henry. Really looking forward to this one. Derek Coulson, the bookies' favourite, coming into this week on Monday morning. And here we are, Saturday evening, semi-final time. Coulson is still here, and he has the advantage, having won his group, of having the darts in this semi-final. The man from Market Drayton really does love this place, a 4 times weekly winner. He would love to make it 5. Colin Osborne, the man from Middlesbrough, Series 4 runner-up. He would be loving to repeat those times. He's got to get past Derek Coulson and make the final and win that if he's going to return to series title. So crowd are ready. They can't decide which sign to put up. Oh, there's a white working sign there, played there down in Weymouth.
Thank you, ladies and
A little
gentlemen.
road
First
that goes
leg,
across
Derek
to
through
Portland.
first. Game on.
Yes, I'm into geography as well, don't you know? But yeah, looking forward to this. I think sometimes on the first 3 darts from each player, you can read something into maybe the way the game is going to go.
41.
And DC, that's an early start for him, for me. Colin, with all the experience that he has, will want to open up with some
24.
sort of treble. And he opens up with 24. So a nervous start by both men.
Yeah, but a start I don't expect to continue. Derek Coulson, the left-hander, the southpaw. Such a solid stance, solid throw. Not happy with the execution of that last dart in particular. But I do wonder, obviously, with Derek, he's looking for his 5th consecutive weekly win, his 6th consecutive opportunity to get into Champions Week. I wonder if there's a point in the back of your mind you think, oh, is it going to end at some point? You don't want it to, obviously.
No, you don't. And
85.
Sometimes kind of records like that can be a little bit like a chip on your shoulder, can't they? That you don't really want. He's
85.
When you're in this place, the way that people see the Modus Super Series now, the way that the outside world see the Super Series, these are kind of big achievements that Derek is achieving. And like he said, he would like to have had a tour card, but he hasn't got one, so he stays for another year and he learns some more and he goes back. And I think it's just such a great outlook, rather than going, oh, I just missed out on a tour card. What happens then? You just drop off for 3 months. But he hasn't allowed that to happen. And here he is back playing superbly again in week 4 here in Series 13. And it's treble 19 here. Treble 20 for double 8. Double 8.
87.
A little bit inside, but Osborne on 202. He knows he'll be returning.
Still a shake of the head. It was a bit off the mark for that first double for the opening leg. And now Colin Osborne just tapping on the shoulder of Derek Coulson. God, 2 really right on the wire.
4.
And that last dart,
Colin your car 62.
Just couldn't find a route underneath.
Osborne then. I like this route. I like this route for that very reason, because it's such a little switch from that treble 18 to the double 4. And I used to do that all the time, and I can't remember why I don't do it anymore, but I'm going back to it, I'm telling you.
I'll tell you who really will like that route at the moment, and that is Colin Osborne, because that's an early breaker throw, and it's a leg that Derek Coulson will look back on if this goes the way of Osborne, is the one that got away. 4 chances at the outer ring and 4 chances squandered by DC.
100.
Yeah, we were mentioning how many times Derek Coulson has won here in a regulation week, but go back to November and it was this very stage where he came a cropper against a player that's now very familiar with all of us in Charlie Manby. Lost 4 legs to 3 in the semi-finals of Champions Week. So whilst we know how well he can do in the normal week, it doesn't always go to plan. And the last memory he'll have here is losing in this stage.
Yeah, but with what Charlie's gone on and done, and we kind of anticipated that with his series win, I don't think Derek would look back at that and see that as a negative. I certainly wouldn't.
I do understand, yeah, absolutely. And Derek would have been in other Champions Weeks, to be perfectly fair, in between winning all the other series he had, in the weeks he's won.
And I mean, the former defeat was 4-3. And if I remember rightly, Manby had the darts on that night as well. So he's done all he can do and held his throw. He just couldn't manage to break Manby over 4 legs, which, well, who does these days? The man is flying, Charlie Manby. And
he just,
if you're watching, Charlie, we wish you all the very best with your tour card, really do.
But some slight signs
55.
from Derek Coulson that things are not perhaps going his way here in this semi-final. He's allowed Colin Osborne 6 darts from 161. And that luxury of time means that he doesn't have to go for the treble 17 ball route.
105.
And I like that play as well. It's a play that I've been thinking about for an awful long time. Why do people not do more of it? When the opponent can't get out, leave yourself 56. Much better than leaving yourself 62.
60.
Or 61.
And he knows how to hit 56. I'm sure he'd prefer to have 2 darts at the double instead of 1 this time round.
Yeah, indeed.
Game
It's
shown
the
the second leg.
experience again, isn't it, from Osborne? He knows he needed a break. A break is not a break until you hold your own throat. And he held that one nicely. It was a 17-dart, 6-visit holder throw. Coulson never got a dart at a double. But we know that DC is never down and out.
100.
As we saw earlier.
No, with Colin Osborne, you have to go back
80.
to 2024 for the last time that he made it through to a finals night. Now progressed through to the semi-final, 2-0 up in said semi-final against a player that most people would have really fancied to take the week. Still got a bit of a distance to go because we know that Derek Coulson can find those extra levels. We saw it in the previous match against Jamie Owens.
Yeah, there are players out there that class comes through.
100.
When they've got their back against the wall. Special players do special things in special moments, and it's usually when their back's against the wall.
60.
See, pulling a few faces here. We saw him hit a little sticky patch on Wednesday afternoon. And it saw him only go through by legs difference over Robbie Martin. Treble 19 here. Super stuff. And Coulson. All Osborne can do now is pressure. He's on 181 after 9, which really isn't too shabby at all.
105. Derek R 24.
Well, 3 darts in hand, courtesy of the 177, and only one needed for Derek Coulson. He does chalk up a leg. To hold a throw, but it's an important hold for DC. Derek Coulson just looks full of focus, looking at the floor at the back of the stage.
85.
That was a hold in 13, and it was a hold that was under pressure the whole time from Colin Osborne.
Yeah, Osborne sat on 76 after 12. He hadn't messed about on the doubles this evening. He's 2 from 2 in this match.
91.
Is Osborne, so Coulson could little afford to let Osborne get another go because he would have felt that it would have been 3-0. Thing for Oz here.
140.
Two of those darts over the top past the front, which most would say is a blocker. They're not a blocker to Osborne. He regularly does that. We've seen it a couple of times already this evening.
60.
Something that Coulson was not able to repeat there on that visit. Osborne's got the throw back in his favour now. Will want to kick on with some sort of treble.
100.
That's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, steady stuff here from the Wizard.
$134.
That's a really nice response from Coulson. Still 40 behind. Osborne will be looking for a ton as a minimum requirement here to give him down on 76 after 12 once more.
100.
He does it with that last dart over the top again.
Yeah, it's a superb pick-off. Colin Osborne has been very, very accurate on the finishing so far, 2 from 2. But it's a huge find for Derek Coulson.
Well, he's asking the question of Osborne, isn't he? Sometimes that's the fear. Sometimes it's better to go the 16s first.
19. Derek R 36.
Yeah, that last dart really, it's a frustration there for Colin Osborne trying to find an 18. Coulson trying to find a position on the oche to
get the double 18, and that was, yeah, hands up, because that was a massive deflection of the 2 darts that were already in the board. But it doesn't matter as long as it goes in.
And that's just the level up as well. But yeah, Osborne on 76, you see. 76 in a moment like that, if you hit the 8, you've still got 68 left and go 18 ball. And if you hit the 7 on the other side of it, 69, you go 19 ball. So you still guarantee yourself a chance of something. And if you hit the 48, then obviously it leaves you your double of 28. So it's
70.
Yeah, 76 maybe that was the wrong way to go in the situation.
But regardless of the route you take from 76, you do expect yourself to have at least 1 dart at double. It's 2 big single numbers, and I think that was
60.
what was the most frustrating point there for Colin Osborne, because he plays so beautifully up to that point.
But if you go for 76 and you go the 20s route and you try to stay safe and stay straight, are you then attacking the treble
60.
to get yourself 2 at it? Are you resigning the fact that you're only going to get 1 dart at it anyway? So in which case you'd go the other way. I don't know. It's a debate that will go on. Well, not from you, because you're not even debating it. You're just looking at me funny. But I know exactly what you're saying. When it goes wrong, if he'd have gone treble 20, double 8, nobody would be even talking about it.
This is very true.
By that nobody, I mean me.
30. Derek Carr 161.
Oh, but from that position of being left on 76 in the slip, things are starting now to go very much the way of Derek Coulson. He's got things back on track. He's thrown first and he's down to a finish after 9.
$97.
The reason that's made me think about it, Nico Plovier, who's been here this week, every time he left 76, he went 16s first.
I'm not dismissing it.
60.
I just wouldn't do it.
Derek Carr 64.
Because knowing mine, like I'd hit the 16, go up and hit a big treble.
Oh, yeah, very good point.
$32.
Plenty of time for Coulson. He's bought himself some time. I'll throw him with a bit of freedom here.
Derek Carr 32.
It's his first 180 of the match.
But the 180 to no avail, because Coulson now just 1 leg away, placing another final here at the Live Lounge. Is it back-to-back visits of 180 where he opted to switch?
I was just about to say the same, but in 2 different legs. That's a good start, all the same from Osborne. It's a sign of experience. It's the one
60.
He's been in this situation on a few occasions before. And on some of those, he would have got himself out of it, and that's what he's thinking now.
$139.
His last scoring visits have been 180, 139 and 139 over the last couple of legs.
We said at the top of the show,
57.
Osborne was one that could win games with 72s and 73 averages when your opponent's playing poorly. He would scrap it out. And at the same time, if he goes up and your opponent's doing 93, 94, he'll go and do 96 to get you as well. And that's exactly what he's doing here. It's just at the
85.
moment, he's 3-2 down. But he is 200 ahead in this leg and looking, for all intents and purposes, to be going
60.
3 apiece.
Derek Carr 138.
Derek here has had 3 non-treble visits in a row.
100.
Not on your Nelly does he go for this 38, unless a 180 comes plummeting in. And that's not going to happen.
100.
Coulson now throwing with a bit of freedom.
38.
Where does Oz go? Is he going 10 or a 6? He is indeed. Double 16. One down the lens. One
Game
lovely
shot on the sixth
jubbly.
leg. Colin Osborne. Seventh final leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
A really comfortable 15-dart holder throw for Colin Osborne. Derek Coulson here now with the opportunity to serve out the match. This has not been comfortable or plain sailing for either player throughout the entirety of the match. It's ebbed and flowed between the two.
140.
That's a dream start for Coulson.
It's this point, isn't it, where you just think, right, one big treble. Just ensure that one big treble. You love to see it going with your first. Right, now relax. Now
60.
follow it up again and again. And Osborne not able to do that.
No, exactly. Coulson now knows he's got to put the hammer down.
Hey, you mentioned his get out of jail free cards that you felt like you'd used up earlier. Maybe there's another one
91.
incoming here because this has been a real nip and tuck match.
It has indeed, but the disappointment for Osborne will be that he broke him in the first leg and did what he needed to do, but unfortunately got broken
60.
on his second throw. This is no way over yet, but Coulson is 100 ahead plus these.
$40.
So Osborne knows now a 140 here. He's back in the hunt.
May have to settle for a 1, 2, 3 and that's an absolute disaster.
26.
And that's the frustrating thing with darts. We've all been there. You're so close. You've got the level right, but the line's off, and your outcome 26 points.
Yeah, that's when you want to be the cartoon Ferdinand the ball carrier and run head first straight into the board.
140.
You have to say that Coulson has turned the screw on that score. And Osborne is hitting trebles for fun, but not the ones that he needs.
It's the ones that he doesn't want.
83. Daniel Khan, 90.
Doesn't need to go for another 20. One across to the 18s.
58. Thank you.
And how nice a position for Coulson to be in that he's just got that luxury of time here. Osborne, it's been a real battle. It's just fallen by the wayside in the last leg, courtesy of just a few small
105.
slips.
Derek Carr, 32.
Clever from Osborne, but will he get a go?
Game shot on the
It
right.
goes to Coulson. He held his nerve in the end. Got rattled at the start of that game by Colin Osborne, who did all he could do. DC Derek Coulson comes through that first semi-final with a 4-3 win. He goes to the final. Look at that, nearly identical on the averages. Super stuff. We take a short break, and when we return, it will be with the second semi-final. Robbie Martin taking on Jamie Owens.
Well, Derek Coulson is into another final here. That is his 6th in succession, but he had to do it the hard way. Colin Osborne pushed and probed, but it is DC who has made it through to the final. Who's going to join him? Robbie Martin or Jamie Owens? Paul Hinks is your MC.
This is what Martin's been doing all week. What a ton shot. Coleman sat there on the same double. No thought of losing that game. And it goes.
But that is a 12 dart.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 13, Week 4, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our second semi-final on this Saturday night. Please welcome the players to the stage. It's Smarts, Robbie Martin, and J-Lo, Jamie Owens.
So this is for the right to take on Derek Coulson in the final. It's Jamie Owens against Robbie Martin with Scott Mitchell and Noah Turner.
Yeah, on to the second semi-final we go. Well, the first one, that was run right to the wire. Who will be facing DC in the final? Will it be Jamie Owens, who said at the top of the show that he didn't come here with anyone particularly into support, didn't bring anyone down, but it sounds like he's already won over a few fans in the crowd. But we know that this man here, Robbie Martin, the 42-year-old from Weymouth, he has definitely got a few, a minibus, at least one minibus full out there supporting him. The local man, the Dorset player, against Owens from Stockton-on-Tees, a winner here in Series 12, 1 week 7, just a few months back. Robbie Martin still looking to taste success here at the Super Series. He made this stage at the ADC Global Finals. Just ran out a bit of steam against an informed Johnny Haynes in the semi-finals of the Global Championships just earlier on this year. I don't know about you, but this is another match for me, Scott, that just feels very balanced, equally poised between the two.
Yeah, I agree. This one really is evenly balanced.
59.
They've been playing each other all week. We came out of Group A
80.
together, went into Group B. And on day one, Robbie beat
100.
Jamie 4-0. On day two, Jamie beat Robbie 4-3. On day three, Robbie beat Jamie 4-3.
80.
And on day four, Jamie beat Robbie 4-3. Again, all going with the dust. In game 5, actually, Jamie turned Robbie over 4-2. So
60.
Jamie Owens is 3-2 up on the week. But I, for one, think that probably goes all out the window
95.
in this situation. This is a semi-final. This is a winner-takes-all. Totally different scenario.
I think the one thing you can take from that is it's delicately poised. It's very balanced
59.
in terms of their head-to-head records, in terms of what we've seen throughout the night as well. I thought Jamie Owens, it was a tentative
77.
start. He got the win over Tom Lonsdale, but he didn't look happy, but he came back against Derek Coulson with the advantage of knowing he was coming through, and it was really balanced up to 2 apiece.
134.
Jamie struggled on Monday morning. He was first 3 games he wasn't happy. Went and changed the length of his stem to a shorter stem, and then
59.
Jamie just took off for the rest of the week and put himself into good positions. Got to go treble 20 here. No, he goes big 20 for bullseye.
46. Jamie Carr 110.
That bullseyed out a little bit. So Owens goes 19s. Now he go across for treble 17. 14s now. Treble
50.
17 would have left him
Robbie
double
Carr,
top.
43.
He's now sat on 60. So Martin to tidy this 43. Usually goes 11. He's done it again. Double 16.
Getting shown the first leg.
On point.
Robbie Martin.
Tidies it up nicely.
Second leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
It's a 20 dart leg. Kind of a nervy start for both, you'd say, at 20 dart legs when they've been doing lots lower than that most of the week.
95.
You can understand it's a semi-final. Both of them want to progress through and try and stop Derek Coulson from winning a 5th consecutive weekly title.
81.
Yeah, we didn't actually mention in the last game, Coulson's still in to get rid of the curse, isn't he? The 25-week curse.
Of course, yes.
That he started, by the way.
It is. It's his curse to break. But one of these two has definitely got different ideas.
$59.
Just a little bit of frustration again there from Robbie Martin because, again, like the match before, just starting to find a few of those darts going slightly low. And I think he's aware of it, isn't he? Going back to what you said, just trying to make sure that first one's high and then find
80.
the adjustment.
Once again, could have done without that one flying out of the board. But Owens now has a 100 lead plus these. He's looking for 133, isn't he? And that's exactly what he's got to leave himself tops after 12. A really good way to bounce back for Owens here.
And it's good board management because it's back-to-back 133s with the
99,
ultimate goal,
14.
getting down to that tops.
Getting shown the
Takes
second
it
leg,
out.
Jamie Owens.
One dart for a 13 darter, levels it up, one apiece.
Third leg, Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Do you think when you do
85.
come here, when you do have friends and family, because you are local especially, does it bring that added little bit of pressure?
It did with me when I did my first finals night here. I had a few in that
57.
night, and yeah, it does. I think it depends on your character. For me, I hadn't had a few people follow me probably since the Lakeside days, so it felt strange
41.
again to come into here and have them follow you again after a few years of kind of not being around. That the Super Series was new. It was a nice thing to do. But yeah, it affected me a little bit
134.
first time round, but Robbie's kind of had that every time he's been here now. He's still enjoying it, and if you're a good dart player, you don't want to crumble. You want people to watch you.
100.
So you'll take it whether you play well or not. You just take it on the chin 9 times out of 10. There's nothing you can do about it. And it gets to a point where you just get used to it.
82.
But when it stops and you've travelled and you travel the world and you're doing it on your own, and then all of a sudden they come back to follow you again, it does make it very difficult.
60.
Well, Owens has the opportunity to really rattle away the advantage of throw here from Robbie Martin, but can't find a big treble, can't punish that last score. Isn't that always the case as well? You sense there's an opening, an opportunity, and your dance just desert you.
He did well there, Robbie, to
99.
squeeze that through the gap. Left himself 116.
$100. Robbie Carr 116.
If he achieves it, it'll be the first time this week that he has. Doesn't make it.
54.
Treble
Jimmy Carr
16.
88.
Would have left him double top. Owens at the height of concentration
74.
here and is
Robbie
fuming
Carr,
that he's missed.
62.
Robbie must have had a miscount there.
$46. Jamie Carr
How big
14.
will that miss prove to be there for Robbie Martin? 777. It's not everyone's favourite. You have to attack it. There is a thought of being tentative because you don't want to go inside.
He's been a last dart merchant
score.
all week, and it's not
Romeo
gone this time.
16.
5 darts to break the Martin throw for Owens. And now Martin gets back at double 8. He just knew he wasn't going to miss again. Goes 2-1 up.
First. Game on.
First get out of jail card played there by Robbie Martin.
But Owens has to forget about that previous leg, focus on holding and then trying once again to find a way to break.
$45.
Such an inviting first start for him, and it's back-to-back 140 to open up leg 4.
Oh, big ricochet there into the treble 5 for Martin, but it's the 45 opening throw from Martin that's cost him here. But another couple of treble visit here would do him the world of good. A shake of the head. Another one of those brings him close.
96.
Not to be this time. Still in touching distance of Owens.
That shake of the head that you see from Owens, he's not happy.
60.
And he won't be happy with that. He was in a really strong position just 6 darts ago, and Robbie Martin now just chipping away.
Yeah, Owens went 140, 140, 41, 60.
65.
But Robbie Martin has not
20.
been able to find trebles to challenge him. Bullseye, bullseye. Cheeky.
95.
Was blocked.
60.
I like it, there was no hesitation. You could see that dart, the lie was awkward, and instead of trying to find an angle to get to the treble 20, no hesitation, straight for the ball, and it almost paid off.
It must be something that he usually does, because it, like you say, it was premeditated. He knew exactly where he was going if it went that way. Double 8 for Owens. Now he's chasing round the board. Hits the double 4. Hits himself on the thigh. Wakey, wakey. That's what that's all about.
Kind of going, Price-esque, kind of go on.
Very much so.
I can't do it justice, I'm afraid.
2 from 9.
140.
I think ladies can only slap their thighs if they're like line dancing.
60.
I think it's acceptable there.
I'll take your word for it, Scott.
And then they go, yee-haw.
But if you're saying yee-haw to that, because that's the first maximum of the match.
100.
And in simple terms, this is pretty much all Robbie Martin has to do. If he can just keep Jamie Owens at bay in the legs that he's throwing first in, then he's going through to the final.
Particularly in this leg, and you try to keep Jamie Owens under
57.
pressure.
Romeo Car 88.
At 3-2, this is far from done. There's always pressure here. Treble 16 for double 10. Nicely polished off. And this is what Martin's been doing all week. Those 72s, those 68s, those 76s, and now 88. He's just been polishing those little numbers off. They're bread and butter numbers, but it makes the game so much easier if you're able to polish them off. And
39.
And now Owens has gone trebleless here in his first throw on hold. Martin needs a ton, minimum requirement. There's that better dart above the treble 20. And here we go.
How often do we kind of wax lyrical about the big finishes? We love a 170, a 167, a 164, but it's those kind of shots. They're the ones that realistically, they win you matches. Because if you can do that, and you can keep your opponent from coming back to the board, then that is the simplest way of doing it. It's easy to sit here and say it, but doing it is hard.
It is. And would I be right in saying that when Owens went 20 pulled ball, it's kind of... his game has dropped off from there.
Yeah, perhaps disappointment of not hitting it.
96.
And also that adrenaline that it might take from you if you do tend to go that route.
Steve, Robbie's dad, he was the one that messaged me saying that Robbie is scared of spiders.
59.
We had a little arachnophobic talk the other night. Never mind. But yeah, I said Robbie wouldn't be scared of spiders. He's a big lad. And it turns out he is. Now, stranger than folk, is
134.
A true word said.
Owens has done well to get back into this leg with that big score, but now Martin will fill this up.
140. Thank you.
Somebody shouted before his last dart there.
Oh, but this is good from Owens.
171.
It could be all for nothing.
He's going to get a dart, surely. Double top for the match.
Game.
And he takes it. Double top for the match. They are 3 each for the week, but this was the important one. Robbie Martin progresses to the final. And this is how well these two have been getting on all week. Great stuff from Jamie Owens. Good stuff. Brilliant stuff from the lads. It's everything you want to see after a semi-final of such quality. Great stuff. 86 for Robbie Martin, but 4 from 6 on the doubles with the difference. We head into a short break, and on the other side, we will be discussing what we've seen in the semi-finals.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw Robbie Martin get the better of Jamie Owens by 4 legs to 2 to seal his place in the final, and he is going to take on Derek Coulson, a man standing on the cusp of history, looking for a 6th consecutive Champions Week appearance and a 5th weekly title. So they are competing in the final, which will take place in around about 10 minutes time here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. We've been watching all the darts tonight in the company of Lord Turner and Scott Mitchell. They both join us here in the studio now. And these two were two of the fancy players at the beginning of the night, and they're the two that compete in the final.
Yeah, beginning of the night, beginning of the week, let's be honest. They've been the most consistent. They've produced some really big numbers when they've needed to, and they've produced really well when they've been under a bit of pressure. And we've seen that, especially from Derek Coulson tonight in the first match and in that match against Colin Osborne. You know, it went 3-3. It could have gone either way, but Derek just seems to still have that little extra gear when he really needs it.
Scott Mitchell just getting rid of his Daddy Zuko look in the Pluto
many
team.
Apologies.
Let's talk about less T-Burrs, more T-Tungsten that has been thrown in these semi-finals. And we'll begin with Derek Coulson because, look, Colin Osborne threw absolutely everything at him, but Derek just found a way of making it through.
Look, Oz used his experience and he came out in that first leg and broke it. Broke the first leg and got him thinking. And then Derek had to break Oz back, and he did that. But he asked questions of Derek, and once again, as at the start of the night when he was asked questions, Derek's answered them on 2 occasions now.
I suppose there's 2 train of thoughts here. There's an A, Derek Coulson's able to get himself out of any situation. But there's also a fear that if you keep going to the well, at some point you're going to come unstuck.
Yeah, you can't always rely on those big finishes. Yes, we know that they're always in the arsenal. They are of a lot of players, let's be honest. But yeah, you don't want to keep putting yourself in a position where, you know, you need to be hitting 3-figure outs, or you go 3-all and you just hope that you produce your best leg. But what I would also take from it is it looks like Derek's able to win from pretty much any position. He can comfortably be a front runner and come out 4-0, 4-1, or he can be in a bit of trouble and dig himself out of it. But yeah, ultimately you will come unstuck if you keep relying on the latter.
I've heard you guys over the last 3.5 years talk about how difficult this format is. How has Derek Coulson made it look so simplistic in your eyes?
Confidence. I think you have to be confident in the situation that he's in. You've not only got the pressure that you put on yourself, you've got the pressure that your family and your friends know that you want to be winning one of these things. And also you've got the fact that the bookies are tipping you every time when you come in here. It's not as easy to deal with as it sounds. And it's not as easy to ignore as you would think it is. And so you carry a certain amount of pressure around with you, and he's able to deal with it. And but it's not just once he's had to deal with it, it's time and time and time again, because every time he comes here, he's the favourite.
Well, let's hear a bit more then from Derek. He caught up with Niall McCorn earlier on this week to talk about his times here at the Super Series and why he feels like he's got the formula to win Group A and then progress through on a Saturday.
Now, do you know about this Group A curse that everyone's talking about?
Oh, yeah, I do know about it. I mean, every week they mention it, I know it's me. That was the last time I did it. So hopefully I can replicate that.
Let's rewind a few weeks. PDCQ school, agonisingly missing out on that tour card. What are your reflections now, a few weeks on?
Yeah, I mean, people say to me, I bet you're gutted. I wasn't actually that gutted because I didn't play well enough, simple as that. Yes, I missed out by 1 leg, but, you know, anybody could say that. Well, on reflection, everybody has that what if. So I simply didn't play well enough. So I was happy to play Challenge Tour and come back here.
He must hate the question because it's something that he's done, but just nobody else could seemingly match.
Yeah, I mean, the question always comes up, isn't it? And we're still asking more questions. Can he go further? Can he go deeper? Can he break this curse every single time? So, yeah, absolutely. But I love the way that Derek talks. The fact that he wasn't overly disappointed in not getting a tour card because now he's got the opportunity to try Challenge Tour and do that for a year and still play here at the Super Series. I think that's what he uses to his credit. Yes, he always wants to win. He goes up there. Scott defined a lot of the characteristics that he shows, but I also think he's got belief in himself. But if it doesn't go to plan, he doesn't worry about it. He'd be like, right, I'm going to bounce back, come back next time. And I think that combination of factors, he's just a really collected character.
And is that partly because this success is coming later on in his career?
Absolutely. He's seen more of life. He's seen more of things that probably actually matter in life, and he puts what darts is in perspective, whereas when you're 20, 21 and this is all happening to you, it's the be-all and end-all of everything. And I think we've all sort of been a victim of that at some point in our darting life, and you learn to go past that. Derek is more than happy to go on learning. He says he feels relatively inexperienced at the age that he is, even though he's been playing for such a long time. He feels at this level he hasn't been around it for very long. So I think that's why he's able to turn into a positive, maybe not getting the tour card like he'd hoped to have, and he's not looking at it at his age, he's looking at it as how good he is. So he's happy to wait another year. He's not looking at it that he's 57 and doesn't want to wait another year. He's looking at it as the standard that I'm at the moment, I'll wait another year, learn a little bit more, and go back and try again. And for us, that's a massive coup for us to keep getting him here.
On the other side of the coin is Robbie Martin, potentially a Derek Coulson waiting, someone that's going to have a bit of tangible success as he goes on in years.
Well, how can you not argue that case? Because you just look at where they both finished, even at Q School. They were both so close to getting a card. They're both showing qualities and attributes at what is a later stage of both their careers, realistically. I mean, Scott mentioned it was like 15 years ago when he first bumped into him at a Super League tournament or a local tournament. And it's taken him a long while to not just learn the craft at grassroots level, but also to take that plunge and to have that belief, the confidence, and perhaps sometimes it's having the time and the ability to do it as well. So there's a lot of factors, and it wouldn't surprise me. It's going to be a tight final, absolutely. But even if Robbie doesn't win this one, if he goes on to win titles here in the future.
In terms of his semi-final win against Jamie Owens, what did he do so right in your eyes?
I think it was belief. I think when you go into a game like that and you've been around the guy all week as well, you know it's going to be a tight game. You get to be that close to friends that you don't kind of get nervous over it. You kind of just try and beat each other up and relax a little bit more about it. There are a couple of moments that Owens got wrong, and I think the biggest moment was Robbie going 3-2 up and then making Owens have to hold his throw. Then he went trebleless in the first one. Robbie jumped on that, managed to get himself in front, and managed to bring it home. But I think that was the turning point in the game for me, was Owens not going 3-2 up before Robbie.
Right, let's have a look at how tonight has panned out. The final will take place in a few moments' time between Derek Coulson and Robbie Martin. That was after Derek Coulson got the better of Colin Osborne 4-3 and Robbie Martin beat Jamie Owens by a 4-2 scoreline. We know that Robbie Martin is a power scorer, Laura. Has he got to be at the very tip top of that particular game to keep pace with Derek in this final?
Yeah, he knows how to beat Derek. He's already done it once this week, but again, Derek's been asked lots of different questions. Unlike Robbie hasn't been asked quite so much tonight. Derek's managed to find a way out. There's nothing to lead me to suggest that wouldn't still continue to be the case. So I think for Robbie, it's all about the start. If he can make a really strong start against Derek, get him on the back foot, get him thinking straight away, then I think that's the way you get past him.
What's going to be the keys in this final, do you think, Scott?
I think it could be as simple as the bull-up in the back room. I really do.
Which Derek won, if that helps your thinking.
Yeah, that's fine. I think, that could be the difference. I think if DC with the darts is going to be very difficult to beat.
What he could do tonight is unparalleled, unprecedented. I know Steve West and Neil Duff have won 5 weekly titles before. He'll match them on that particular tally. But 6 Champions Week appearances. Again, going back to what we said about this being a difficult format, a hard code to break. Time after time after time, he is finding himself in the biggest occasions that this tournament has.
Just the fact that he's doing it consecutively as well, I think that's a really important factor to consider. If you want to know how difficult it is to get here, are some of the champions that have actually won Champions Week and haven't been able to come back and try and defend that title because they cannot win another week. I think that probably could help to sum up exactly what Derek's doing.
Who wins?
Well, I'll go in first.
You know exactly what I'm going to say. You didn't even need to ask. I got back the Dorset boy. Robbie wins it.
No splinters on that fence.
No.
Laura?
Oh, yeah, for me, I like what I've seen from Derek, so I'll back Derek to do 5 in a row.
Right, thank you guys very much indeed. Let's get into the final then. Derek Coulson against Robbie Martin. Paul Hinks is your MC.
It goes to Coulson. Get a dart, surely. Double top for the match. And he takes it, double top for the mat.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 13, Week 4, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our Saturday night final. Please welcome on stage, first of all, it's DC Derek Coulson! Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our other finalist, who is Derek's opponent tonight. It's Robbie Martin!
Well, on Valentine's night, it started out with a kiss. How will it end up like this? Let's find out who is going to be into Champions Week through Week 4. In the commentary box, it is Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Well, the routes to the final for these two men is very different. Group A winner from Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday's group was Derek Coulson. Robbie Martin was only bettered by Coulson on leg difference. 57-year-old from Market Drayton, really he is trying to break a curse, a record to add to that as well. Robbie Martin, fairly new to this level, but I think we're going to see more and more of him, the man from Weymouth. Could just get used to being here and playing like this. On the evening, Coulson beat Tom Lonsdale. First game of the night, 4-3. Beat Jamie Owens in his group to top his group. Through to the semi-final. Robbie Martin beat Colin Osborne 4-3 at the start of the evening. And then turned over Ashley Coleman 4-3. It's been a tight run fair this evening for him. In the respective semi-top finals.
Game on.
It's a 4-3 win for Derek Coulson over Colin Osborne, and Robbie Martin just 10 minutes ago came through his semi-final with a 4-2 win over Jamie Owens. So here we go then. Our Series 13 Week 4 final is underway, and it's Derek Coulson that gets us underway, having won the bull in the back room.
It really would be some feat for someone to not just win 5 tournaments. Henry mentioned the likes of Neil Duff, Steve West. They've picked up 5 weekly wins, but to do it consecutively, I think that's what stands out to me, because as I mentioned previously, when Derek started here at the Super Series, he wasn't a name that was on the tip of everyone's tongue, and now he comes back and he is pretty much always going to be a favourite to pick up a weekly title.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Robbie Martin, how often are you going to see somebody run a 90 average? 92.30 and not win Group A. An 89.16 was enough to win Group B. But it was only going to take somebody like Derek Coulson to challenge him in Group A with those sorts of averages. But they found each other in the final. They both believed that this was where they could be.
58.
And all those hours of practice, all those times travelling around, comes down to matches like this. And these are the days you find out about yourself. And these are the days you want to, these are the days you play for. All those Monday nights on the cold, rainy nights in your league matches and travelling to your vaults. All those moments lead to this.
93. WK 96.
And you know, it's just so difficult, not just to negotiate a group stage, but then to find your way through to a final. That's hard enough in itself. You don't want to let it slip you by. And it's Coulson. First start, a double for the opening leg, and it's cleanly taken. It's a 15 darter. Derek Coulson, full of focus.
Game on. $80.
Disappointing first start for Robbie, but recovered nicely with the last treble 20.
100.
Coulson does exactly the same.
$59.
He's just so solid every time he approaches the oche. Coulson just looks like he's not going to waver. I mean, he's produced the best stats that we've had so far this evening. In that win over Jamie Owens that you mentioned earlier, it was a 104.2 average. It was 4 from 8. So they are the levels, but there is a caveat to that because he already knew he was through to the semi-finals. So that element of pressure wasn't quite on his shoulders.
57.
This will feel like a pressure pot up there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to say, it's all right being a deliberate thrower. You still don't hurt your opponent
60.
unless you're hitting stuff. You've got to hit the trebles and hit your marks.
You say about hitting trebles and hitting marks.
145.
And I like that. That's sensible. It's just ensuring that you are going to be on a finish. You know you're going to come back to the oche. And that's for someone like Robbie Martin. We know that he likes a big combination finish as well.
100. Robbie O'Carr, 160.
Used the last start nicely there and laid it on the top of the two. Can't finish now, and he's blocked the route, but he goes by with the first.
140.
And goes by with the second.
141.
Big visit from Martin. Leaves 20 after 15. Coulson gets to go at the 141. Not going to get it. Goes for the 25 to go back
99.
to the treble. He hit the
Robbie
treble.
O'Carr, 20.
25 was left Wayne in there. He would have been on 36 if the 25 had gone.
Game show
Robbie Martin comes up. His doubling has been fantastic this week. Averages right up there. Percentages with the very best. And here he is in the final. Both players 1 from 1, and we expect no different. It's a series. It's a weekly final to see who makes.
Bit of a drop dart that bounced forward. If you do drop a dart, as long as you haven't thrown it or released it, you can retrieve it. And that is so true to Derek Coulson, isn't it? Drop the dart. Most people have been completely thrown off their rhythm. But no, finds a way.
It was pretty cool, and this would be cool if he backs it up. Just a tad unlucky.
140.
Thinks he comes across the oche to just double check before he calls the score.
You can hear a pin drop here.
140.
And we couldn't quite see from that angle whether it was in or not. Not back-to-back 180s, but in this particular position, 180, 140, you'd be happy enough win a final.
140.
Just a little bit of over-shoulder
45.
rotation there, just pulled it into the 5.
A bit of a late release as well, wasn't it? Bit of everything there.
45.
Martin tried to go safe there, didn't he? And just hit the big 20, lead 161. That kind of didn't work.
And you can see him in the background just shaking his head because he knows he should be on a finish. hasn't really been completely punished by Coulson. 76 is by no means a given.
When you do those sorts of mistakes, you usually get 2 trebles.
100.
This time just the one, so both players on 76. Coulson goes at it first.
$60.
Now, we saw this situation with Colin Osborne earlier, didn't we? And we were saying, got to be careful. It's all right if you hit the treble.
Oh, that feels like a good guide.
60, thank you.
That was desperately unlucky.
16. Getting shot the third leg, Gary Coulson.
That's frustration. I think there was a noise there as Robbie Martin was throwing his second dart at the double. I think somebody in the crowd thought the first one was in.
As I say, the crowd here showing complete respect, but when you do hear
40.
a noise, it does carry in this arena. High ceilings. Used to be a church. The acoustics are great. We heard you singing earlier. We can get you out there up on stage a bit later on and a bit of karaoke, Scott.
I was here a couple of weeks ago when
123
on the finals night, and I think it was a semi-final, and somebody, a phone dropped out of their pocket onto the floor, and there was like a hushly silence staring at the person who dropped the phone.
100.
Because any noise like that, totally not deliberate, happens, and you think, oh, the media, you're up there in the tension of the moment, and you immediately think it's done to put you off, because that's the way your mind thinks when you're up there on the hockey.
It's just a distraction, isn't it? You're so into the zone and fully focused that those noises, they can just be a distraction, can
59.
break that thought pattern that you've got.
But for us watching, that noise has happened and it's gone away. But you're now thinking as a player, is that noise going to happen again? It's on the back of your mind, isn't it, when you're up there?
You're just waiting for it, aren't you?
And then that ultimately stops you for 2 or 3 throws, and before you know it, the game's got away from you.
You cannot afford to switch off for one throw particularly. Yes, you can have a bad throw and bounce back, but you can't switch off. It's too short a format.
Yeah, Martin has dropped off since that moment.
Yeah, Martin dropped off, but DC has picked it up. He's averaging just over a 99. The 144, not going to be the flake in that.
44.
140 here puts Robbie back in it. 180.
130.
Yeah, good stuff.
100.
Good stuff from Martin. Coulson needing one treble. Does he go tops or is the treble open? He stayed on the treble.
60.
Now he goes safe.
Robbie the car, 115.
Martin then to hold throw, 115.
Again, just a slight noise. And it goes back to what you're saying. Is he waiting for it? Is it just a shuffle of a chair?
95. Denny car, 40.
You can see he's frustrated.
$20. Look at the car, 20.
Martin's going to get back here. Double 10.
I mean, it's so close. Has to move across. That make it even more awkward? I think it
10.
did.
That is so unlucky.
20.
Well, this for Coulson to go within one of the match. Chasing it around, but finds double 5 and stretches that lead to 3 legs to 1.
Deflect Derek to throw first. Game on.
We all often talk about breaks the throw, and it's great to get him in early, but when you do it to go 3-1 up against your opponent and you've got the darts to throw next. Derek Coulson couldn't
100.
be in a better situation.
You're really asking the question, aren't you, when that happens? Especially when your opponent's had a couple of darts at a double to make that 2-2 as well. He's still thinking about that.
93.
At times, and it's happened to me in the past, and then you get frustrated. And you can see that Robbie's frustrated.
And that's sometimes when experience at doing this is
100.
all important. Obviously, we can say how much experience Derek Coulson's now got in this kind of arena. Don't get me wrong, he'd still get frustrated if there was that noise to put you off, but you know that you don't have time to really overthink it.
140.
Robbie,
Absolutely.
Robbie doesn't have perhaps as much as that.
No, I agreed with that. So wholeheartedly.
$60.
Jamie Owens out in the crowd.
$52.
Yeah, and a bit of a slip because although they both had 9 darts apiece, it's not an insurmountable lead that Martin's got.
$131.
Good again from Coulson. What Martin can do is as many as he can here and hope, because Coulson's on 110.
58. Derek Carr 110.
And this here, a match-winning opportunity for Derek Coulson. Treble 17 for tops.
70.
It's one match dart, come and gone.
58.
It's a big, big ask, though, for Robbie Martin, who can't produce a 158 to rescue things.
64. Derek Carr 40.
So it's Derek Coulson then. That's double top to be our weekly winner. Double 10.
20.
So Martin gets back on 94. $82. He would want to go for bull again. He can't. Got to go treble 14, surely. 68 left.
80.
80 scored, leaves
Then
double
you
7.
20.
But Coulson then for double 10 for the match. And it's game, shot, and the match called by Paul Hinks for Derek Coulson. He wins the final 4-1. He is your Series 13 Week 4 winner. Not the convincing Derek Coulson that we've seen in the past. And as he says to the crowd, I'm the man. He breaks the 25-week curse that he started himself. And as you can see, 85.92 on the average, 4 from 15. We do usually expect more from Derek Coulson than that, and just the 180 in the final. But he's not bothered about that. All he'll be bothered about is the 4-1 scoreline and the fact that he has broken the curse. He adds his name to Champions Week for Series 13. He'll be over the moon with that. He will join Steve Green, Keanu Van Velzen and Radek Sagansky. Week 4 winner Derek Coulson. We will throw over to the stage and our MC Paul Hinks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a great night tonight. We've had a great week down here, actually. But you've seen some fantastic darts here tonight. Really, really outstanding. But unfortunately, there can only be one winner. This chap here, I'm really proud of him because I've seen him in the World Seniors get to a quarter-final, and I've even seen him down here and do a lot of things like. Please put your hands together for our champion tonight, DC Derek Coulson!
6 of the very best for Derek Coulson. He says he wants the trophy in his pocket. It doesn't fit in his pocket, but his bank balance is going to be a bit heavier, that's for sure. He is a weekly winner once again. His 5th weekly win, his 6th Champions League appearance, and they have all come consecutively. We often say how this is a really difficult format to master, but on Valentine's night, Derek Coulson's love affair with the Super Series once again is shining very brightly indeed. Another title for him and another Champions Week for him. And he is going to take some stopping. He's made a couple of semi-finals at a Champions Week. He'll be hoping that 6th time lucky will be the charm for him. Scott Mitchell's with me in the studio. This man just continues to make a very difficult competition look rather routine time in, time out.
Yeah, he does. He does. He just loves the competition. He loves the fact that he loves this place. And obviously gets a few come down to support him. And hey, good for him. It's records he's setting here now. And like I say, he was the one that started the curse. He's the one that's kind of finished it.
Yeah, it was his record to be broken. And a beautiful embrace there between him and Robbie Martin at the end. And for Robbie, it's another step closer, isn't it, this week?
Yeah, very much so. I think in that final, actually, you know, I think there were a couple of moments, there were a couple of noises in the crowd that seemed to get him on 2 different occasions. And the more times that he gets used to that, the more times that he'll be better for it. So he has to experience it. But yeah, he'll be disappointed. But I think give it 5 or 10 minutes, and he'll realise he's had a great week to make the final. And yeah, there's so many more positives for him this week than negatives.
As you can see, there's an empty chair in the studio. That is because Derek Coulson's going to join us in a couple of moments' time. To be fair, he knows his own route up here now. He's done it so regularly. It's just another week for him, isn't it?
Yeah, the back stairs are called the Derek Coulson stairs, aren't they, to get into here? But yes, no, definitely. I mean, he joins that weekly winners and series champions week. He will be just joining us shortly, Derek.
He will, yes. And he's got a fair chance, hasn't he, in that field before he does come in and we talk about him nicely.
I think most of them have got a fair chance.
Thank you. Well, Derek Coulson has joined us here in the studio. Derek, many congratulations. It's another one. It's a 6th Champions Week for you, a 5th weekly title. What is the secret formula between you and success in this competition?
Just close your eyes and throw it out. Double 5 saved me big style there. Robbie didn't play his game in that final. He's such a better player than that. I don't know. I love it here. I just absolutely love coming here. I feel so comfortable here in the back room. Scott knows what it's like. And up on that stage, but there were times this week I thought, I don't think I'm going to do it. Wednesday I was a little bit off the ball. But tonight I turned up and I thought, if keep your head on, you've got a chance.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because I was going to ask about that, because there's been times in the past where we've seen you one week and you've just basically blown away the opposition. This time it felt a little bit more hard fought. Maybe at times you just had to ride your luck a little bit.
Absolutely that. I mean, Nico in Group A, he had darts against me and missed them. So yeah, I had a lot of luck along the way. But hopefully, I think what it is, because I've been here and done it so many times, it puts that bit of pressure on the opponent to do and to play well and try and beat me. Maybe it gives me a couple of extra darts, I don't know, but it feels that way sometimes.
I'd say that's a really good point to mention that, because he's so successful here, everybody knows exactly what he's done in the past. And I know we've spoken about when Phil Taylor was at the peak of his powers, what we're talking about now in the PDC with Luke Litter. You could make an argument to a certain extent here at the Super Series. Derek Coulson has this fear that he strikes into opponents, not because he imposes it, just because of his record here. Yeah,
definitely. There's something to be said about that. We spoke about it a couple of weeks ago when we called Hogan king of the qualifiers at Lakeside, and he had the same thing through the qualifying system. He qualified 7 times through Lakeside. So if you played him in the qualifiers, you thought you were done already. This man is creating the reputation here that's very similar. I wonder for Robbie tonight whether he missed a couple of darts at double top, didn't he? Yeah. To go through as top of the group. And I wonder whether that was on his mind tonight when he played again there. But look, at the end of the day, I think you somehow know how this place works. You love playing that Group A. You love having your couple of days off. It's happened so many times. It's become a routine for you. So you just going through the routine. I saw you eating in more or less the same place in the pub as you have done in the last couple of times you've been here. I noticed those sort of things. So you have a routine now that works for here.
Absolutely. I love those couple of days off. Some people want to keep their arm in, but I guess it's age. But I'm really happy to have those couple of days off. Just relax. I did go out for a few hours practice in the evenings just to keep my arm in. But it works for me. Some others might not feel that way, but for me, it really works.
I seem you're the only player who knows how to win Group A and knows how to
I've
win the
broken
win.
the curse. I've broken
You have broken. Well, I say broken the curse. It was your own curse. Right?
Yeah. To be fair, it doesn't make a difference, really, does it? But
it just means that somebody else has now got to double break the Derek Coulson curse when it comes to Group A. But it's not just the fact that he's won Group A's, and I know we spoke about the curse, but it's a way of winning in different manner of styles. And now we've seen Derek win enough, we can kind of compare and contrast and actually say there's a complete package, because there's times where he's dominating, there's times where he's just been able to sneak over the line when he has to.
This was a very different win for me because you had to grind this one, and he didn't always look comfortable in this one. We made a comment at the start of the evening. I noticed that the last couple of games on Wednesday, he wasn't quite himself. The pressure actually got to him a little bit there, because he's so used to being done with 3 games to go, that all of a sudden there was still something to play for on all of those games. And he hasn't had to get used to that, but he still came through it. And tonight he hasn't been at his best on a couple of occasions, but you've still come through it. And I think that's what makes a champion a champion. You can't always blow all the opponents away. Sometimes you have to grind them out.
Did you manage to fit that trophy in your pocket?
I tried, but it just won't go. I'll have to get some bigger trousers for next time.
Well, you certainly trousered the cheque for £5,000 into another Champions Week, a 6th consecutively. I suppose for you now, and you know the next question I'm going to ask. You've come close a couple of times, a few semi-finals. Is this time your time? Do you feel like now is the best opportunity you got, just because of the way that you're playing at the minute?
I've got to say yes. But when you get to Champions Week, it just feels different. And that's something I've got to get over. I play well during the week and come to the Saturday. I didn't play badly last time. I was beaten by a good player in Charlie, and he went on to win it. But I had one dart double and missed it. And those are the kind of shots you've got to take on a Champions Week. So hopefully next time, soon, in a few weeks, April.
Middle of April, yeah.
Hopefully I can put it right, but it's always going to be tough. Champions Week it feels so different.
We're almost getting to a point where we can probably book a hotel for Derek in Champions Week now every series, can't we, Scott?
Well, we're going to need the back stairs after him because he's been up it more than the staff here. Maybe we could accommodate a room for him. But yeah, I mean, it's a sensational record. It's when he walked in the room for the first time to play here, you could never have dreamed the way that it's gone for you. And like you say, 6 Champions Weeks.
No, when I first walked in here, I was like so grateful for the opportunity to come down here because I'd watched it. And I finished 3rd in Group C, and I thought, okay, that's my chance gone. But I really enjoyed it. If I get another chance, hopefully I can do a little bit better. And lucky enough, I got an invite back, and the rest is history. But I said to anybody that when they get the opportunity, if they can come here and play, do it. Don't turn it down because it's something else coming here.
And 2026, a busy year for yourself. Obviously, we've seen you on the Challenge Tour over the last few weeks. Is this year maybe about juggling a little bit more than perhaps you have had to done recently?
Yeah, I do plan to do a bit more when the opportunity arises. I've got to juggle a little bit when weekends come around. I do like my time at home with my family. But I've got to do a little bit more this week and just see where it goes. But my aim is just to keep my arm and keep playing well, and then see what happens next year.
I know we've still got 8 more weeks of qualifying to go, but I'm sure as we're sat in commentary boxes over the course of the next couple of months, we're going to be talking about Derek's name right at the very top of the list. But what we do know is over the next few weeks, we've got some of the big guns from the top of the Challenge Tour coming in, which adds an extra dynamic potentially to Champions Week as the weeks move along.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they didn't get the card, as Derek, when they wanted and when they'd hoped to. But for us, it sort of brings a touch of class to the building and to the weekly weekly games. So, their loss maybe for the tour card is our gain here at the Super Series.
In terms of the week as a whole, it's been an intriguing one, hasn't it? Because obviously we saw the likes of Derek, we looked at the likes of Roy Martin, Jamie Owens before. They're going to be there or thereabouts. It turned out to be the case. And we've seen people like Jim Widmeyer come over for the first. It's actually been nice to see some different faces this time around.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that's only ever going to keep increasing. I think as the series go on here, we are going to see different parts of the world coming in through the door. Again, as the vaults and the ADC spreads and the qualification route through there, we're going to see lots of different people, and it's going to keep it very, very interesting indeed.
And we're going to have a Finnin next week in Yediyusa, so different parts of the world being represented.
Yeah, I think it's great that the countries are represented. You know, we've had South Africans here. Who would have ever thought when we came through the door and opened the doors that we'd have South African qualifiers and stuff? But that's the way that the game is going. It's truly global now, and here at the Super Series, we're trying to make that happen too.
And for yourself, Derek, you've been a big beneficiary of the systems in place.
Yeah, I mean, I've said so many times, this is an amazing place to come and play darts. That throw up there on a stage is something else. It can't be bettered. It's so good. But I would like to say, Jamie Owens and Robbie Martin, they're two quality players. Robbie, and Jamie's already won a week, but Robbie will win a week here. He is such a good player, and I've got utmost respect for the guy.
But tonight, once again, is your night. 6 of the very best when it comes to Champions Week. Derek, many, many congratulations. Scott, I couldn't think of anybody better to have spent my Valentine's Day with than you. Thank you so much, as ever. I shall see you next week.
It's my wife's birthday tomorrow. I'm heading home tomorrow, but I love you, Liz. You're a star. I couldn't do this without your permission, so thank you.
What a beautiful love story. What a beautiful way to finish off the programme. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Murph Meets is coming up next, and that is with Adrian Jackpot Lewis, a two-time champ of the world who's been in very good form on the exhibition circuit in Birmingham tonight. Jimmy Van Schie is on the Tungsten Talk. That's tomorrow from 10 to 12. We'll be talking about his meteoric rise. I mean, he was tall enough anyway. And then Series 13, Week 5 gets underway, 9:30 on Monday morning. Robert Thornton is looking for elusive first weekly win. And, of course, that will then lead to finals night at 7:30 on Saturday. But it is 6 of the best for Derek Coulson. Him and the Super Series is just a match made in heaven on this Valentine's Day.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnus.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on as he kind of split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.